go.
Yeah.
We're locked.
Planning.
We're absolutely locked.
Let's see. Anything else before we get started? So everybody's kind of got a good idea as far as like recapping and stuff. We can do like a recap if y'all want. That's up to you guys. I'll let you guys decide. Like I said, I went through and watched most of the last session.
I gotta get a sync tube and yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I gotta
We
get
gotta say-
myself. as well.
Is there
Holy shit,
much
that's
reason
loud.
for me to pull up Roll20?
No, there shouldn't. No,
I
there
didn't
shouldn't
think
be.
so.
Yeah.
And unless something goes down, there shouldn't really be any reason for roll either.
initiative.
Yeah.
Kenny's funeral. Roll.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Roll
How
performance.
strong are you to carry the casket? Oh no, you dropped Kenny.
Oh fuck.
Oh god. What casket? There's nothing left.
That's true. That's true.
Boys, ash.
All right, boys. We're alive. We're live. We're live.
All right. Cool. All right. Then I'll kind of go ahead and get us back into the moment here. So everybody, we just basically wrapped up finishing off the Tiamat fight. You guys defeated Tiamat by basically buying enough time for Kenny to use the ring, or not ring, sorry, the
Scroll.
the scroll.
He
It wasn't a
used
scroll.
to-
It was
The ring.
Use the ring.
a ring. Yeah,
Yeah,
my
the
bad.
On his
renowned
horn.
Yeah.
Using the ring. Sorry, my bad. Using the ring and making the wish, and it consumed him, but at the same time, it kind of, as of right now, from what you guys can tell, banished Tiamat away along with like all the Celestials and stuff. You guys wrapped up that fight. You guys had a little scuffle with the Valor brother and sister. They stole the book out of Rango's backpack, and the sister took it and jumped into the lava and the fiery pits of hell with it. So that book was gone from after that. But both the brother
See you
and
in the next
sister,
campaign.
God fucking damn it.
both the brother and
Earlier.
Kidding.
Lanson and Seamir are both dead.
Dead.
Yeah.
Lanson
I mean, you
dead.
saw.
Lanson's dead.
Yeah, one's on
Seamir.
screen dead.
Yeah.
Anyways, after that, the dragon elders came, picked you up, took you guys to the surface. You guys went to the base of Star Mount, where Ojutai at that point decided to go back with Kenny and the dragon elders to go to Orkandi. Gangu and Sersha and Kenny all went out into or no,
Cormit.
Kenny stayed
Cormit.
Yeah, Cormit. And I think Cormit actually stayed behind. Cormit, it was falling and then ended up staying behind with Rango. Gangu,
He forgot his beer hat on
his
Remote.
beer hat. Yes, yeah.
He had to go
It's-
get it.
he was
Also, we
panicking.
forgot one very crucial information about the fight: the five-headed collateral.
Oh, true. Cormit.
yes,
Yeah.
That's true.
Fucking
I forgot
cinema.
about that. Yes.
Yeah.
Cinema.
Cannot forget about that.
Yes, the
After our
five-headed
boy went down like 4 times in the
That's
fight.
right. So then Gangu was took his crystal out, handed it to Sersha along with the Sersha, he started decomposing and then the crystal kind of fell out and Sersha found the file and the crystal. So after Gangu basically like dissolved in front of him, Sersha goes back to the airship and if I might be wrong in this, Rango, you dropped them off at Cabbageville.
Cabbageville.
It was
So,
Orlo's
okay.
farm. Oh yeah, you went up.
Right.
to-
After
Yeah,
Orlo's
you
farm, we went to
Cabbageville.
Cabbageville.
Kenny and Sersha got out.
Cormit and Sersha got out.
Cormit, I keep saying Kenny. Damn. Cormit and Sersha got out. And you guys started going through the file. As this was going on, Rango was like, I need to get back to my family. Valor's kind of put their nose in there. And so you teleported back to your home. And where we left off was Cormit and Saoirse sitting in a home. Oh, also Harold got to you got to see the kind of reunification of that family of Kankins and his family. They kind of gave you thanks and then gave you a shelter for the night. You guys went in that shelter, started going through the file. Cormant pretty much immediately fell asleep. He's a tired boy. He had a long day. It's been a long day for our poor boy Cormant. So that's where we are now. You're kind of going through this file, and then you start to have an epiphany that maybe you want other people to kind of be around for this as you're kind of reading through this file.
Yeah, I think after noticing Cormant snoozing away after a while, I think reaching a little over halfway through the file and kind of understanding, that this is literally the core of our friend. I think Sersh would, out of respect for Gangu and the boys, slowly close the file, stash it away, and just kind of like spend some time over the next probably hour just meditating on everything, just kind of sitting in the silence, reconciling feelings of extreme gratitude for having seen the whole way through with his friends, being back in Cabbageville, bookended on everything, but also nervous and excited, mostly nervous about what's next, and maybe just kind of like a fade out too.
Yep.
Where do you have the soul crystal at the moment?
I think Sersh would be holding it.
It
after stashing the file away.
slightly vibrates, like constantly. So it's almost like thrumming with life.
Yeah, I think he would be holding it while he was kind of in that deep thought there for a while before settling down, and I think once he laid on the cot, he would lay the crystal close to him. And drift off.
As Saoirse's going through this kind of epiphany and deciding this and falling asleep, we'll move over to Ojatai. Ojatai, you guys are just now coming up on it's kind of sunset going towards night. You're just now coming up over the horizon, seeing the kind of island of Wakandi as you begin flying over it. The journey there with Dramoka, Yosai, and Emereth have been kind of quiet. Not really a whole lot's been said. But you see kind of everybody kind of like in formation. As you're flying over the ocean, getting closer, you see ships kind of making port where people had left to go to Brannicore, either from the temple or other people of Wakandi to kind of help and assist in some way. And so you see a lot of these ships returning and people kind of making way to the mainland there. And you fly through some clouds and you see the temple awaiting your all's arrival. You can see that at the temple right now, it's a big kind of celebration. There's kind of like fireworks going off and people kind of very happy and cheering because this big, cataclysm event didn't happen. The world has been saved in their eyes. And probably at this time, they don't really know the full kind of effect of what happened, who's been lost or anything, but they're just taking a little time to have a little bit of joy to themselves. You and the Dragon Elders kind of land on that one of the platforms where a lot of the training happens for the monks. And as you land there, people are cheering and kind of playing music, and it's a joyous time. But for you guys, the dragon elders and yourself, you feel solemn at this moment in time. You've lost some friends. You've gone through a lot. Yeah, and you're just not feeling as celebratory as the rest of these people at the temple. As you kind of dismount from Dramoka, a big group of the Kobold refugees that you had rescued long ago, seemingly from Port Brandicore, kind of rush up, and they have some water for you guys and some food, and just kind of try to take care of you and welcome you in.
As I'm getting off, I'll just kind of pat on Kenny's body, Ramoka, just linger there for a moment, and then get off of Ramoka and politely greet people that are coming up to me. If anyone is bringing food, I'll take a bite. Less out of feeling any need to do that, and more of just like, this is a polite thing to do. I don't want to destroy their demeanor.
As you're going through this, you see Yosai and Amaranth. They kind of fly off somewhere. Probably one of the kind of on the other side of the mountain to kind of be alone. Dramoka stands before everybody, and you can see he's kind of going to say something. Everybody kind of stands to attention. The music kind of stops. Everybody just kind of pays attention to him. A couple of the people at the temple come. There's Tarun and Thava. They come and they take Kenny's body off of Dramoka and kind of set him down in front of everybody. And that's kind of when the weight of what's kind of happened hits everybody. You can still see the celebrations kind of after whatever's about to be said are not really going to continue for much longer. So Dramoka kind of stands before everybody and begins to speak. Tonight, we will take time to remember those that aren't here with us to celebrate this moment. Take time amongst yourselves, by yourselves, to reflect on everything as we enter a period of mourning. Tomorrow evening, we'll have a memorial service for Kenny, as well as Ramos and Arcades, who are not with us anymore. The temple, the people of the temple, what you all have done, what we have done together has been a great thing. Take pride in the fact that when called upon, that we were able to aid people that needed it. This is the reason that we do what we do, and we have this temple. Whether it was the village of Korsk and figuring out what happened there, or all of Brandicore, we showed that we can answer the call when necessary. And unfortunately, some of us did more than answer the call. And we shall not forget them. And he just kind of bows his head and takes flight himself. Like I said, kind of after he gets done talking, nobody continues the celebrations really. The fireworks stopped, the music had already stopped. Everybody just kind of looks at you, and Thava and Tarhun, who's holding Kenny, and nobody's moving. They're just kind of waiting to see what happens next.
I'll look over at Ava and Tarhun and just say, let's take him out to, I assume that we have some kind of area, I can't think of the name, not effectively like a morgue.
Yeah.
For if someone in the temple had passed.
Yeah.
Just we'll take him there for now until preparations are ready.
You kind of walk past everybody, and the crowd kind of splits as you walk inside the temple. And upon entering, you're greeted by Madresh, who you know is the kind of eldest Dragonborn monk, the one that you are kind of set to replace eventually. Standing next to him is Narset, who you remember from Korsk. You kind of helped rescue and bring her back, along with a couple other kind of monks of the temple, and they have a little kind of area and table set where you can set up where you can place Kenny's body. They all kind of stay on either side of it, waiting for you guys. As you guys walk through the middle, there's a small crowd in there kind of watching as you guys walk through and set Kenny down on the table. And you turn around to everybody, just kind of once again just sitting there watching and waiting. Everybody just kind of sits there for a moment. And Madresh kind of sees that everybody's a little bit lost right now. And so he steps forward and he kind of steps up beside you and kind of holds his arm around you. Everyone, for now, we will clear this area and deal with these losses in our own way. And tomorrow we will mourn and celebrate their life that they lived. So go and be at peace for tonight. As he says this, a few of the monks and some of the kobold refugees all start to kind of make their way out. Thava, she just kind of walks up to you, Ojitai, and gives you a bow, gives Madresh a bow, and then walks out. And then Tarhun was the kind of like, I don't know if you remember, the beefy kind of like macho dragonborn guy. He just kind of sees you and he looks at you. And you can see like he's like in his battle garment, but dude has not really seen any fighting. But he's like all dressed up in it, but he kind of looks at you and he just gives you like a little chest pat and like salute to you. And then he walks out of the room. As people are leaving, Madresh kind of steps in front of you. So, Ojitai, welcome back to the temple. I am glad to see that you made it back. For tonight and tomorrow and probably a few days after, we will take time and mourn. But then afterwards, I look forward to hopefully getting to work closely with you. And I think you will be a great candidate for the next head monk of the temple. And I look forward to training you and showing you the ways that I try to keep the peace here and keep the temple and its culture alive. As far as leadership and bravery and courage, I think you've got that part figured out already. And he bows to you, which not normal for him to bow first. And he gives you a bow. And he
immediately bow back to him, say, I look forward to being able to speak with you more later.
He gives you a pat on the shoulder, and then he too starts to kind of walk out of the room. So eventually it's just this big kind of opening area where people would kind of normally come for like food and stuff, but all the tables have kind of been cleared out. There's a few flower arrangements and kind of golden decorations of dragons and like I said, flower decorations and stuff like that. But the tables have been kind of cleared out, and you can tell this is kind of where the main ceremony tomorrow is going to take place for Kenny. And so right now it's just you and the body of Kenny left alone here inside this big hall in the temple.
I'll just take my time kind of lingering, looking back around, knowing it's only been a couple of months that I've really been away from this place, but it feels like an entire lifetime. And then I'll head off back towards my own room.
As you're walking towards your room, you begin kind of passing other rooms and people in the hall, and people just giving you nods and things like that. You have to scale a few stairs and go up a few stories, but eventually you make your way to your room that you had since you were very young as this, kind of learning monk, and now kind of one of the more leaders. You're walking to your room, and it remains the same as the last night when all of you guys try to kind of fit in here for sleep the last time you were here, before you head out towards Korsk. And not much has changed. You kind of look around, and for a moment you have not really like an exact memory, but a feeling of kind of how simple life used to be before recent times. You kind of think back for a moment of just training along with the other younger monks, kind of building your way up. The first time that you laid eyes on the Dragon Masters coming in, and then you quickly remember that two of them are no longer with you. You kind of get a little bit of sadness that comes over you. You close the door behind you, it slides behind you. There's one candle lit that lights the room up just enough to where you can kind of walk around and see. And you're alone in your room.
If I remember right, the last time that y'all tried to get in here, it was either, I think everyone ended up on the bed at one point, and the entire bed just collapsed.
Yeah, it's still broken. I think the only person that didn't was, I think Rengo was out, and Gengu left. Yeah,
I believe
Gengu.
I was on the floor. Yeah.
Oh, you were, yeah.
Somewhere.
And Rengo went and did like a
balcony
slumber outside, I think. Yeah, on the balcony, yeah.
Yeah. I'll look and see the mark from Sersha back when he cast his spell that marked this as the sacred location to Moradin.
Yeah.
So that we could teleport back in case something happened. I'll look over my desk that has just a handful of roughly made maps. And then I've got like a window out.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I'll take a moment, and then I'll open up the window and look out to see any of the mountains that are nearby. And as I do, I'll breathe out that fine mist and have the ice wings form and jump out, flying out to a mountain for some extra solitude.
But you begin taking flight, and you fly to kind of a lower point in the mountain, still up with the clouds, but you find like a little kind of cutaway, just a natural cutaway where it's like a little platform with a small single tree just kind of growing off the side. Not very tall, not very big. It hasn't grown very strong, but it's still this small tree there. And you land on this platform, and you kind of sit up against the tree, and you begin kind of having a moment of reflection to yourself.
Yeah, just sitting there, reflecting, thinking about all the preparations that need to go for the ceremony for Kinney and the Dragon Masters. And I'll pull out the Sending Stone and send a message to Hank. And all it is just, he actually did it. Cost more than we could have guessed, but we actually did it.
A moment passes without a response, and then you finally get a response from Hack. Oh, dude, I gotta try to think of Hack's voice. So yeah, a moment passes, and then Hack responds. I always knew that you could do it. Ojitine, it might not have been easy, but it was necessary. But I believed in you. Io believed in you too.
You know where he's gone to.
Who?
I don't think you ever got the pleasure to meet you, but Kenny.
Where Kenny is? Kenny ended up like the last chosen one. Did he make the wish?
Yep. He's the one that made it.
Interesting. Well, I have an idea of where he might be, but not exactly for sure. Would you like to maybe converse with Io, and he could show you perhaps? Do you remember where my cave is?
Yes, I remember that quite clearly.
Well, if you come back, maybe perhaps we could put you on another journey. If you would just eat my soup again.
Definitely come by to visit, or you have plenty of stories to tell.
Very good. I don't get a lot of visitors. That would be nice.
There's a entire community of kobolds and dragonborn here in Orkadi. You'd be welcomed here.
Sure, I would. You see. I don't worship your god. But I will remain here, and you can visit whenever you like.
Alright, I'll take you up on that.
Bring that little dwarf man too. He was quite fun.
Make sure he also gets the invitation.
The elf was less fun.
He has his moments.
Okay, well, I have a couple things to take care of here, but I look forward to seeing you again. Perhaps, let's say, 27 days from now. Would that work for you?
Make a note of it.
Good. Good. Well, good night.
Good night, Hack. Thank you.
And your connection with Hack dwindles away.
I'll probably end up just sitting here thinking about everything that's happened over the last couple months for the next hour or two before flying back to my room and getting some much needed sleep.
You sit there and reflect on things. And you know, you've gone through a traumatic experience and a lot has happened and you've seen a lot. So you kind of realize it's going to take a while for you to feel kind of all the way all right again, and even then, not all the way all right. You spread your ice wings again and take flight back to your room, and you fly through the window. And as you do, kind of sitting at the desk waiting for you is Narset, waiting for you to come back in. You can see that she had dozed off, but she hears you come through the window and she wakes back up.
I said, you've been waiting long?
Oh, yes, I just about an hour or so. I thought you would come up here. I figured you would be back at some point tonight. Are you, okay?
Oh.
Yeah. Listen.
Get there.
I know what it feels like to maybe feel responsible for someone and then them in a dangerous situation and not make it out. And I struggled a long time with this. But talking with the Dragon Masters and also talking to Madresh and spending some time on my own, I found that it is best not to try to dwell on these things. And remember the times you had with them and who they were before they were gone, and focus on the good memories. Also, I think you should maybe have this. And you see she kind of reaches in her pocket and she pulls out a string, and at the end of the string, kind of tied to it, is a small baby dragon tooth. And she ties it around your neck. Kenny grew up quite quick, so he lost a lot of dragon teeth, but I figured you'd, you know, when you both came back, I tried to save some, but yeah. So, and she just kind of reaches forward and gives you a hug.
Yeah, before she even starts reaching, I would have definitely reached out to start that hug.
She kind of gives you a little nod and then opens the door and walks out and leaves you in your room by yourself again.
I'll finally take out all the different bags and pouches that I've had, set sword to the side, and finally just sit down to sleep, knowing that it's the first time in months that I've gotten to just sleep and not have imminent danger coming the next, as soon as I wake up.
You sit there for a moment, and you have all these thoughts, and you think about that, and the sadness is only overtaken by your just exhaustion, and you doze off quite quickly.
As I am, laying down to sleep, I still instinctively kind of put a hand up, like I'm, trying to set it on Kenny, who's always been there for months, and falls right through that space.
As this is happening, across quite a ways, we go to Rango, who has teleported back to his home. Rango, you pop out of your teleportation circle back home, and before you is a big kind of welcoming party with like banners saying like "Welcome back home, Rango," and a big feast, and your mother sitting there just clapping, and everybody's just clapping and hip hip hooray as you kind of teleport out of there. You brought
Santiago.
Santiago is eating this up. He steps forward
Yeah.
before you. You kind of sit there for a second, just a little bit, like, dude, what is going on? And then he just steps forward. Oh, hello, everybody! We have come back from a great, awful time, but I tell you, we were victorious, and we are. I have cracked the crouton recipe, and I will be making a croutons for everyone come tomorrow morning that will blow your minds. Thunderous applause. Everybody's going crazy.
Yeah.
Your mom can't stand anymore. She just runs forward and just grabs you and gives you a big hug.
Yeah. Upon exiting the circle, I think despite underlying emotions of solemnness, outwardly I would kind of display an openness to the celebration. And as my mother comes towards me, I'd welcome the embrace.
She holds you for a really long time, and then she kind of lets go, and then holds your shoulders and kind of looks at you. Oh, I'm so glad you're back. I wanted you to stay, but you were hell-bent on leaving, my young Frango. I'm sorry your father couldn't be here to welcome you. He's in a bit of a business meeting at the moment.
I understand.
But you know that he's very proud of you.
Of course.
And then she reaches in and hugs you again. Oh, I'm just so glad to have you back.
I'm glad to be home.
Well, this party is for you, so enjoy and partake in the festivities and eat lots of food. Look at you. You look like you haven't eaten in days. Skin and bones, my Rango. Come, we shall get food in you now. And she kind of grabs you and takes you over to the nearest table and gets a plate and just starts stacking food up on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would I think that I would partake in the festivities and kind of mingle about, sharing tales of what all has ensued,
Yep.
sparing details accordingly. And at some point, I would inquire with Mama Capilelo the details of Father's current meeting.
So yeah, you've eaten a couple plates at this point. You're kind of mingling. Your mother is kind of taking care of guests, and then she comes back over to meet you. And she kind of sits in and listens to one of your tales, and then it kind of stops. And then Santiago starts trying to tell one of his tales and captures the interest of everybody. So now you and your mother just kind of share a moment, and you inquire about your father and what he's doing right now. Oh yes, actually, if you would like, we can go. I can take you to. They're just in one of the meeting rooms right now. He's meeting with a couple representatives from Valor. If you would like to. He was actually hoping that you would come and sit in eventually.
Do you know who the representatives might be?
Yes. What was the one's name? Let me think about it for a moment. It was Intinovi, I believe. Intinovi Valerie. Have you heard that name before?
I haven't, right?
No, you haven't.
Yeah. No, I don't believe so. Is it just Intinovi or anyone else?
A couple other representatives, but Intinovi was the kind of the main one that I remember.
Okay. No, I think that's fine. And then I'm gonna look around and see, do I spot Horace anywhere?
You do not see Horace anywhere.
Okay. Well, I'll look around and look back at Mom and say, do you happen to know where Horace is?
Oh yeah, he's with your father.
I see. I'll speak to them after their meeting's over, I suppose.
Oh, are you sure? Yeah, of course. Yes. There's no need. I told your father that you shouldn't go and deal with that kind of thing now. Enjoy the rest of your evening. So you spend the rest of the night kind of living it up with people. How is Ringo kind of feeling mentally right now?
He is glad that the immediate threat has presumably been handled. I think that the biggest thing that he probably can't get off of his mind is what the parameters of Kenny's wish was. And, what kind of open threats there still would be based on his wish. And then I'd say right beside that, in terms of his forethought, is everything going on regarding Valor.
So you're sitting there thinking about this. Obviously your mind is kind of elsewhere, but you try to make yourself present in the celebrations. After a few hours, a lot of people begin kind of dispersing, and the celebrations kind of begin ceasing. Some servants start coming out and like cleaning up stuff, so you know that the kind of party's over. As the party's ending, you see your father poke his head around the corner of kind of the entranceway into this place, and he looks at you and he sees you and he just gives you a big smile and he kind of beckons you towards him.
I'll come over.
You walk over to your father. Oh, my dear boy, Rango. He holds out a hand to shake your hand.
I will. Reach out, shake his hand.
So, how's my ship doing?
Still in one piece, and came in handy. Many a time.
I remember when I ran away with my father's sky ship on an escapade one time. It was quite the journey. Although we weren't fighting dragons, it was like a bit of a booze cruise, kinda, you see. With me and the boys, you know.
Right.
Anyways, enough of this tomfoolery. Son, I'm glad to have you back. I'm glad you made it back. I've been working towards securing a good future for you, and I think that we might have come to a bit of an impasse.
In what way?
Oh, well, Horus has been our representative for a long time, since you left, actually. Last, he went and worked with Valor, signed some deals with him, made some stuff happening, and now our families are closer than ever. And we think that we can get a lot of business done. And so, I was hoping, did your mother tell you about the meeting?
She mentioned that you had just gotten out of one with Internovi.
Yeah, no, I told her to tell you to maybe poke your head in. But that's okay. They're still here. We can meet them tomorrow. No worries. Yes, I thought of no better way to ensure your safety and give you a bit of relaxation. I'm sending you as our personal representative to the Valor family. So I was hoping that you would head back with them, and we have a lot of business to be done. There's some stuff. Well, Internovi will fill you in about it, but she seems very excited about everything that they're planning, and with a little bit of our investment, I think we'll get a good return out of this one. It sounds like it's going to benefit a lot of people as well, which I know seemingly you care a lot about the common folk these days. Yes.
Sounds like a wonderful plan, Father.
Great. Well, Horus has kind of been cleaning up your room and getting it ready, so he's there waiting for you, I believe. He was pretty excited for you to come back.
Grand. Can't wait to see him.
I'll let you get some rest for the night, and then tomorrow morning, try to be up early. Internovi is planning on going back, and then hopefully you guys can come to a bit of agreement when you go there. But I was hoping within a couple weeks that you can make your way there.
Sure. That sounds like plenty of time. I've still got to catch up with some of the folks back in Brannicle.
I see. Well, don't spend too much time there.
Understood. Business first.
Yes. He gives you a little pat on your shoulder, and he turns and walks back and kind of starts talking to a couple of the guests as they're kind of leaving this little party area that's been built for you.
Yep. I'll kind of turn my head and start making my way towards my quarters.
You start walking towards your quarters, and just as you're about to reach for the door, a familiar presence kind of pops into your head. Rango, buddy, how's it going?
Yeah, I assumed that I'd like be in mid-reach for the handle, and
it's like time pauses.
Yeah. Memon?
Hey. So, the Nine Hells are a little different now.
How so?
Well, there's a little bit of a power vacuum, you see.
Motherfucker.
Tiamat's not really around.
Do you any idea where she's gone?
Nope, but she's not here, and it's a little bit of chaos. But I was doing some thinking, and well, she's got, well, did have a lot of very loyal followers, as you've encountered quite a bit of those folks through the past, little bit, right? Yeah. Yes, nod your head. Yes. Good. Okay, you're following along. Great. Listen, so I was thinking about some stuff, and well, we have a deal, right? We have an agreement. Yes, your powers for kind of I wouldn't even call it worship me. You don't really worship me, but I'm your patron, and and we have an agreement with gold and possibly souls and things like that, right? Remember that deal?
Yes.
Paper, yeah, for your tabaxi friends that are no longer with us. Remember that whole thing? You had a little bit of a emotional moment for a couple months where you lost your only friends that you had, and you were upset, and all that stuff went down. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So here's what I was thinking, right? I gave you a lot of power, and I gave you the ability to defeat pretty much a god, a deity, right? Yeah?
Correct.
Okay, well, you're quite the popular guy now. Goldbringers, yourself, a lot of people know you. And I was thinking that we could upgrade this little this deal that we have into a partnership. And like I said, there's a bit of a power vacuum here. And I was thinking, because I can't really leave the soul mint, right? Like, I got to keep making soul coins, the currency of the hells. I do a lot of stuff here. Keeps me safe. Nobody wants to take my spot, really. Gives me a lot of power. But I was thinking, I can't really get involved in the politics of the Nine Hells, right? Like, I'm the money guy. But there's a little power vacuum.
What are you suggesting?
If I got a presentation, you got to let me do my thing, okay? Listen. How would you like to kind of be like a deity almost, and be locked in the Nine Hells forever, but you got worshippers following you, and I can already, you're rolling your eyes, you're not happy. Listen, you're scared about Valor Company and your family and all that stuff. Well, if you're a deity, you got a lot of power, right? And you got a lot of people under your control. Obviously, you would still answer to me secretively. We wouldn't let anybody know that you're like my puppet.
Puppet?
Yeah, you'll be my puppet. But
I thought this would be a partnership, Memon.
It is where I'm in control and you submit to me.
That's no partnership, Memon.
It's a Nine Hells partnership.
Hmm.
Pretty standard. Or the Nine Hells. Listen, but you take this role, right? You build up some followers, you get some power, and Valor, who obviously worships some pretty powerful beings, or a being that, but this could be a good way for you to combat that.
What are your standings with Bane?
Well, Bane doesn't really deal with soul coins, so I don't talk to him very much. And he's yeah.
So you hold no leverage over Bane?
I don't know. And he's a pretty scary guy, but I know that you don't like him, and you're worried about your family and Valor Company and Bane and all that stuff getting tied in together. So this is like a necessary evil for you to become a deity down here and command your own forces and wage a war against the followers of Bane, who's super evil, not as evil as you. Yeah, and I mean, this will take several hundred years, right? You got to build up your followers and stuff like that. But and I won't get involved at all. But here's the thing: is where I get value out of this from that war against Bane. Be a lot of death, a lot of souls. I can make some pretty good money out of that.
And where does the line blur between your wants and mine? How do we work through those?
Well, you see, as your own deity, you get to kind of make your own rules. And I know you're pretty upset, like I said earlier, about your other friends kind of making it. That kind of sucked, right? So, what better way to ensure the safety of your newfound friends and your family than to be like your own little god and do your own thing with my blessing?
What does the beginning of that process look like?
Well, that's so it's not going to be easy. First, you'll have to get to the Nine Hells, and then it's not like you just kind of walk up and be like, "I'm the leader now." You got to do some stuff here. So there's going to be a couple demigods and like some Baelors and stuff, and you're going to have to probably kill some people, make a little bit of a name for yourself down here. Do some things. You'll be a little bit more powerful, and once you have some followers here, you send those bad boys out to material plane, and they build up following for you, and then you can just kind of make it up as you go, man. It's like I mean, think about it, like Rengo, Tiamat was the dragon god, the five-headed dragon god, Mammon, the soul coin, the mint of the Nine Hells. You have Zariel, the archdevil, who was a fallen angel. What could Rengo be, right? The golden devil, perhaps, or something. I don't know. That you get to make that up. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot to think about, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Well, how about I think on it then, Memon? Give me some time.
Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of time, but I'm going to pester you about it because I kind of want this to happen. And when there's a power vacuum, it kind of sucks all the assholes together, and then they all want to fight each other and take over. So somebody's going to take over. It's just, it might be soon, so you got to kind of think about it quickly.
Understood.
Yeah, all right. Good talk. And you come back to real time as you
open the door,
and you open the door. Oh, Rengo. Welcome.
Bumba.
I've made your bed.
I'll eagerly approach to give him a hug.
He hugs you back. So, did you talk to your dad?
Yes, I talked with him briefly.
Yeah. He is pretty jazzed about this new deal that we're working with them.
Right.
With Valor people, yeah. So, I know that you were, didn't you send a servant of some kind to go and spy?
Yes, I've got someone there.
Yeah, how's that going?
I haven't had a chance to speak with him recently.
Well, they seem like nice folks. We've been at discourse for the past couple days. We agreed to help with Brandicore together. We funded some airships for them. They sent some people down to go do some fighting. I think it's been good. It's been a good time.
I'm not so sure about that, Bumba. And then, like, as I'm saying this, I want to have, like, kind of taken a seat at a table in the room, and I want to start casting Tiny Hut to create a safe zone of where no one else can hear.
Debug the room.
Yeah.
Okay. You cast Tiny Hut.
And then I want Horace, Valor Company, I'm not sure what all they've told you to make it seem as though they are that it would be a good partnership. But you know, over these past few months I've experienced some very intense shit. I would argue more grand than most of the Golden Circle has bore witness to. And I am getting distracted by the change in music.
I don't hear music.
Oh shit.
Regular smells burning toast.
Mammon has just been playing the melancholic journey through my head. I would argue that I've seen more than a lot of what the Golden Circle has seen. I've battled gods. I've traveled through planes. It's been quite the experience. And I've had multiple run-ins with Valor. And they are at the mercy of a demon of the Nine Hells named Bane. And this may seem believable to you, or it may seem like rubbish. But it is damn near as threatening as what I just spent months trying to subdue. I don't believe that anyone at the Golden Circle is safe getting close to Valor. And I spoke with Father briefly about creating these deals with Valor. And I knew that if I said anything to him alone, it wouldn't change much. That's why I'm explaining it to you.
Look, I'm not discounting anything that you just said, but these people that we didn't do business with before because of premonitions and disagreements, a lot has been worked out, and it's made your father a lot of money, and we've seen some good things happen from it, from working with them, and I feel like the Golden Circle's a little bit more on the map from working with them. And they might not be good, morally great people, like you said, and I don't know anything about this dark god they worship or follow, but with me and your father, they've done nothing wrong. And the deals that we have made are standing, and I think the new deals that we plan on making are gonna happen. And your father wants you to have a good future and wants his empire to be secured. And he believes that you are the individual to do it. He might not act it, but he's very proud of you and what you've done. He might not say it, but he sees a lot of potential in you, and I've even heard him said that he thinks that you'll be a better head of the Golden Circle than he was. And Estanavi specifically required you as the kind of ambassador to be at their house at Valor. They know about your exploits in Branacor, what you've done, the success that you've had saving Branacor from Tiamat. And they still have their people there as well, and they have investments there, and they think that you working alongside them would go a long way from them, get us more involved there. They found some minerals and other stuff, I don't know, some really rare stuff apparently, and they plan on staying around and kind of utilizing this material and helping build up their Empire Oz, and hopefully creating a prosperous Branacor after this destruction that's happened. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I think it would make your father very happy and be great for the Golden Circle if you accepted the position.
Horus, behind every gold piece that trades hands between Valor and whoever it may be, it is all in the service of Bane, and in turn, a play for them to have control. More control over every company, every political figure.
Do you have proof?
You have my word, Bumba.
It's not that I don't believe in you, Rango. It's just, I don't know, maybe they are terrible people, awful people, but right now things are going well. And if you were to speak up against what's happening, I think that it would have a terrible effect on us. It would sever ties possibly between us and Valor. There's no telling what could happen to the Golden Circle from it. We both know Valor's very powerful. They've done a lot. They have their hands in everyone's pockets, pretty much.
Ringo! Go ahead.
Bad. The land of Ivester was in a treacherous place, and it's recovered terrifically. It was so uncivilized before, and now it is a prosperous land. Obviously with a lot of Valor control, but it's not chaotic.
Valor control, huh?
Quite a bit, yes.
If we go along with this, soon that control will span all of Sala Valley as well. As it will Branacor soon enough. And then we'll just be a puppet to them.
Maybe you're right, but I feel like going along with this thing for now is not a bad idea, and we can reevaluate things in the future.
It might not be a bad idea, Bumba. And at this point, Ringo feels like the battle to sway the head being the entire upper council of the Golden Circle, it's pretty much a lost cause. If he can't get Bumba on his side, then he pretty much feels like there's no convincing the rest.
Yeah.
And then I will I'll drop the circle at the tiny hut.
But Rango, I am glad that you're back safe and sound. And I'm sorry I pestered you at all with this thing. I told your parents I thought it'd be best if we waited till tomorrow. Let you enjoy your night and have a good rest. But your father insisted. I'll leave you now, if you would like, so you can get some rest and think things over.
Father mentioned Intanavi wanted to leave tomorrow with me in tow.
Not necessarily you in tow, hopefully just an agreement about when you could meet there.
Sure.
With them. Right.
It may not be tomorrow. Perhaps if Intanavi has knowledge of a circle there at Valor headquarters, we could scribe that so that I could follow up a bit quicker once I'm ready.
I don't know. She needs to get back. I don't know if they have a circle.
Well,
You have to leave tomorrow.
I'm not sure, but there are definitely some things I need to wrap up with my friends that I made.
Alright, here's what I'll do. If you leave early in the morning, I'll pretend that we never had this conversation. And she will leave none the wiser. And after you do what you need to do in Brandicourt, we can send you straight there and you can have discussions at Valor.
Sounds like a plan.
Good. And then he looks at you and looks at your bed, and he kind of messes it up a little bit. He's like, no one would have believed you made your bed that well. And he leaves and he shuts the door behind him. You can hear him kind of scamper down the hallway.
Cool. I'll go out onto the balcony of my room, overlooking the city, in Sala Valley, kind of leaning over the railing, and I will pull out my ritual, or I'm sorry, I'll pull out my ledger, and I'm going to cast Sending. And I'm going to send for Ojatai, and I will scribe down Ojatai. What do the processions look like for our boy Kenny?
Ojatai, you're kind of laying there, about to finally fall asleep, and you hear like a text message buzz.
What? Yeah. Just wanted to send a message to you, Saoirse, Ingu, tomorrow morning. The ceremony will be tomorrow in the evening. Roughly at sunset time.
I'll be there.
Right? Night.
leave it at that.
All right.
And then, yeah, I'll be on the balcony there. Close up that sending. And I'll take a seat out on the balcony. And I'm gonna just start my meditation.
Cool. And with that, if we could skip this, but for the final time, one last long rest, and you guys can level up to level 20.
Get
Oh,
fucked,
pretty
Kingu!
One jump the gun.
There's a very strong vibration from the gym in Sarsha's hand.
If I may, I would like to go next for a very short period of time.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want to do that before they do the little level up thing? I mean, we don't have to do that.
I just assumed everyone was going to change their character.
Do we all get max hit? Do we all get max hit die?
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's go.
I'm going to stay 19 just for
Yeah.
dramatic purposes.
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right. So Gengu, going to you.
Yeah, so Gengu opens what he thinks are his eyes, and he's surrounded by a faint red glow everywhere he looks. He goes to look down at his hands, and there's nothing there. He goes to look down at his feet, there's nothing there. Where am I? What have I done? Oh, what have I done? Tristani told me there was a way off the mortal plane, but was it all even that bad? I didn't even tell Cormac goodbye. I just don't get why I'm not free. She said I would be free. I set Harpy free. I set Orlo free. Why am I not free? And I'm looking around and all I see is faint red glow, and with every word that comes out of my apparent mouth, there's a tremor of vibrations, every single word. I understand. Serge, my fate is in your hands. I just want to be free from captivity. And as he starts to just like fade away into his thoughts again, all he can see is a burned in image of the last image of Serge, just like staring in the sun for too long. The last image he saw on the mortal plane, as he just pleads to be free. And that is it.
Saoirse, you wake up in the morning in Cabbageville, and you feel the crystal kind of vibrate a couple more times beside you as you're kind of holding on to it. You see Cormit is like still asleep in front of you, but he begins kind of awaking too. Hey, Saoirse.
Morning.
Yeah. Ugh. It's weird, right? Like we're waking up, and like it's like first morning where it's, you know, like we're not. Well, I mean, I guess we could die anytime, but like, you know, it's like, you know, there's not a dragon god trying to kill us or some bullshit or something.
It is pretty nice not to be in a constant fight or flight.
Yeah. I was thinking about it. Can we go back to Orlo's place for like, just a little bit?
Of course we can.
Good. I was doing some thinking in my sleep, and I have an idea.
Alright. Sure. It's a bit of a walk, but make it there
Yeah.
midday if we leave.
What if we where's Rango? He went back right to his home.
Yeah.
Can I see Sending Stone?
I don't have a sending stone.
No, shit.
What time is
I
it?
can cast
that-
sending though. You need me to pass along a message?
Yeah, tell him to get his ass back here. We need that ship of his.
He's a busy man. Let's see if we can pull him away from all of his dealings, huh?
Ringo, you've been up for a couple hours.
Yeah. I would have intentionally gotten up earlier than. Well,
Yeah.
I guess this place probably got a lot of elves. I would want to have gotten up early and kind of on the way out of my bedroom, kind of like look back in before shutting the door, like fucking I don't know when the next time I'm gonna see this is gonna be now, depending on how things play out. But I'll shut the door, and as
you turn around, you're met face to face with Santiago as he's got a big tray of freshly made croutons.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I was just making the croutons for the people in the morning. I told them I cracked the recipe.
That's fantastic, Santiago. You get to it then.
Are you going to be at the breakfast?
Absolutely.
Okay. Be quiet. I don't want them to wake up early. They're
Course.
not exactly all the way ready.
Of course. And then
Gives you a little nod, and like he's just smiling and like nodding as he turns back around and walks down the hallway.
yeah, and as he turns, I check the other direction, make sure that the coast is clear.
Yeah.
And then I'm casting invisibility on myself. And I'm going to make my way to the teleportation circle. And hopefully teleport out of there. I guess to what state was Starmount left in?
The teleportation circle's still there, but it's kind of destroyed.
Okay, but like it wasn't occupied.
No.
We'll go to Starmount.
All right. You teleport into Starmount, and you're sitting there inside Starmount, and you walk out, and all around you is just kind of like the undead that you killed. You see Orlo's like crushed skull is like still just kind of off to the side. The bones of the undead dragon that you killed are just kind of laying there. And you look up and you can see where the glass was smashed through, where it came down.
I unbottle the ship, and
Inside?
well, I assume that this is a large room. I'm gonna
Okay.
I'll
I'll allow it.
gonna rise through the broken skylight.
Yeah. You come out, and as you're about to come out, Saoirse.
Morning. It's your favorite dwarf. Corman had a message for you. Can
Can you
you...
Okay.
Could you get here maybe soon? And then I'll turn to Corman.
Here, like right now. Come right now.
Corman says, yeah, like right now, come right now.
Funny enough, I'm already on my way, boys. I spoke with Ojitai last night. Kenny's procession will be this evening. Your chariot is on its way.
You hastily make your way over there. You fly over
Right
top
about
of
that.
Cartersville. Oh, go
After
ahead.
he finishes that, I'll send a message to Saoirse. I talked with Rango last night. The funeral for Kenny and the Dragon Masters will be tonight here at Ormcondi. Just letting everybody know to make their way here if possible.
Wouldn't miss it for anything. We'll see you real soon.
And
Doug.
next, I will attempt to send it to Ingu. I'm assuming I just feel no connection with it. I'll sit there with that for a minute. And some of the things that Ingu was saying the last I saw him. And I'll send back to Saoirse. Just say, Ingu's gone, isn't he?
I think so. Yeah.
Hermit and Harold with you?
Coleman's with me. Harold, I think, is going to stay around here in Cabbagefield a little bit before heading off. We're heading back toward Orlos. Rango's meeting us shortly.
Right. I'll see you all soon then.
See you soon, brother.
Like an hour or two passes and Rango pulls up.
In that hour,
yeah.
Could I just quickly say, I'm going to take some metal that I have and just do a little artisan's blessing, little hour-long ritual crafting a metallic object.
Okay.
That's all. So we'll put that in there before Ringo gets in.
All right. Cormit is just the entire time you're doing that ritual, he's just walking back and forth, pacing, very impatient. As Rango finally pulls up, you hear Dukes of Hazzard horn outside. You guys walk outside and you see the ladder drop with Rango kind of over the side. Rango, you see your friends kind of down below. Saoirse, you look up. Cormit's looking up at you. Hey, permission to come aboard, Captain.
I just wave him aboard.
He starts climbing up.
Climb up right after with a soft chuckle.
All right, Rango. I need to go back to Orlo's place.
Sure. What time is it? It's like
super
early morning.
Like 3 or 4 in the morning. Like it's like crazy early.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Start making our way over, and then like on the way, at some point I'm gonna be like, Coleman, why are we heading over here?
Yeah, I got things to do, man.
In that time, is the crystal vibrating at all?
Constantly.
Yeah. I'm going to take it inside. I'm gonna cast Legend Lore on it and see if anything comes back. Because I don't really know what this is right now.
So I'll let Gengu inject anything he wants to, but Legend Lore, you just read about this. You know it is a blood crystal.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah, of course.
So you do know that about it. and
Yeah, I
from
guess
what-
I'm trying to ascertain, like, if I get any flashes that would lead me to believe that Gangu's soul is connected to this.
So,
Yeah.
I
That's
will
my
say
intent.
when we were in Port Brandicore and I got opened up and we realized that Harpy had a soul crystal, we discussed mine being in there as well. And then we had you remember us having a discussion about how our entire being is within these crystals. And now you have a little more context, knowing that these are blood crystals. They were made with sacrifice. But I'm not sure if you would know how they're originated or how exactly they're made, but it is quite literally the last piece of Gengu that you have.
Ooh.
you guys, after you kind of go through that, you guys pull up to Orlo's place. You see, like, Cormit is like just waiting for you to drop the ladder so he can get out and get down on the ground.
Drop it.
Drop the ladder. He like ladder slides down like straight down. And you can see he
Is
runs
this
over to
as he like gets to the bottom? I'll lean over the edge and just say, "Is this gonna take a bit?"
like I would say shortest like 5 minutes, longest maybe a couple hours.
I'll go down there with him.
Yeah, I'll slide down as well, bottle the ship, and I'm just gonna mosey along with him.
He starts walking off in one direction, and then he stops, and he turns towards you, Saoirse. Well, which way was Gengu at whenever he you put him in the hole?
Weed him that way.
It was the opposite direction of the way he was walking. So you turn him back and you get him walking that direction. You go to that fresh kind of like dirt patch where Gengu was, and he looks at it. Good. I need a shovel.
To be clear, the hole is still there. It's still
Oh.
6 feet deep, 6 feet wide, 6 feet long. We never
Well,
filled it.
Did Search not fill it?
Did you not fill it, sir? Oh, that search did.
I thought I did.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
yeah, I
I,
thought-
mean
I
that's
thought
a
you
that's
did
a
too.
lot of hole to fill. So
Well, I
Alright.
think y'all spent a couple hours there. If I
Yeah.
remember, yeah.
we spent a couple hours digging the hole. I know that.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
just
mean-
threw it. I would say, I guess I threw a few shovels in or something like that, but yeah, probably filling it all the way up would
Yeah.
probably not. So I would say the shovel's probably still there too in the hole, or like next to it.
I got you. Cormac grabs a shovel, and he kind of right next to where that one was, he starts digging a hole himself. This is a lot of work, and you guys help me.
What are we doing, Cole?
I gotta dig this hole.
How big is this hole?
Yeah, probably like a couple feet deep, man. Not very big.
I will help.
What about you, Rango? You gonna help me?
I'll help if you stand back.
Well, I gotta dig too. It's my hole. Let's dig.
Do you want my help or not?
If I'm excluded from digging my own hole, then no.
You can just I'll take them out. We can take turns. We'll just take turns. Right, and then I'll lightly like push him back a little bit.
Yo, bub, don't push me.
Right. I don't actually push him. I mage hand because I would get poisoned if I pushed him.
All right, he kind of reluctantly hands you the shovel.
I don't take the shovel. I let the mage hand take the shovel just to like hold it there. And then I'm gonna flip a coin and just Eldritch Blast into the ground to like, you know, burst a hole out of the ground.
Dirt is exploding. Dirt is just exploding.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
After like 10 minutes of constant
No, I'm not doing it for 10 minutes. I'm just helping a little, you know. I'm still leaving room for Cormit to finish the hole.
Oh, well, that was. Well, man, you're a one-trick pony, aren't you?
And then I'll like fake brush some sweat off my brow, and then mage hand the shovel back over to him and step back.
He just turns and looks at you, Saoirse, and he just shakes his head. All right, so now I feel like I can tell you why I came back. So I was thinking, and Gengu, right? He did what he needed to do, and he was like, "All right, I want to die or whatever," and you disintegrated, and you buried him, right? Yeah.
Is a summary of the events. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking, and for the past little while, few years, I was living a constant thing of loneliness and survival, and I did what I needed to do, and I think that you know, why are you laughing, dog? Trying to be serious with Corbin here. It's hard with the voice, dude. Anyways, I was kind of thinking, and well, I don't think I'm ready to disintegrate yet, but the Cormit that I was, I'm ready to him to die. I think that Cormit's gone. So, it all started way back when I got attacked by a stick, and then I went to a witch, and she gave me this, and he holds up the AK, and he throws it down into the bottom of the hole. And I don't need that no more, because I'm not gonna fight nobody no more. And then I used that, and I got this, and he holds up the revolver and the big old anti-material rifle. And he's like, and I shot a dragon through 5 heads, and I don't need this no more. And he throws both those into the hole. And he looks at you, Ringo, and he reaches for the bag of holding off your back, and he grabs it. What? Is all my beer in here?
All of your beer is in there, yes.
Any
All
other
of
things that you want out of this bag.
How about I'm gonna reach for it, and I'll be like, just reach in and grab what you need here. I'll hold on to the bag.
It'll take hours. There's a lot of beer in there.
That would not take hours, surely.
We can pull out like a 6-pack, and it could be like
Symbolic. It'll be symbolic.
You know how addiction works. If it is around me, I will want it.
All right.
Well, that's actually the only 6-pack that I've got in there, and then I'll pull out a 6-pack and I'll shut the bag.
Roll a deception.
Gladly. I'm gonna guidance myself too.
All right. Super duper.
28.
I can't believe I drink all those beers. All right.
I mean, you're a hell of a drinker.
No deceiving was needed. That was all the beers. he's been hammering these.
He looks at the 6-pack and he looks at the hole and he sits there for a moment and he didn't throw this one. He just kind of drops it, lets it kind of slide out of his hand. The old Cormit is dead,
And then
I am the new Cormit.
And then I'll kind of look slightly over his eyes, kind of give a little point.
What? Oh, the beer hat. He takes that out and he throws it down. And then he reaches into a little bag and he pulls out his little fedora. Throws that down. And he takes off his sunglasses he's had this whole time. He looks at him and he drops those down. While I was in Cabbageville, Saoirse, I woke up in the night and I did a walk by myself and I was thinking, and I found something, and I know my new identity, and I have the people that can help me. And he reaches into his bag and he pulls out a wizard's hat and he puts it on his head. I am going to learn magic through you two. show me the way.
I imagine that in this moment, Mammon immediately.
Mammon's like, yes,
Oh,
yes,
God.
yes, yes. Paper, pen, now.
I'll see what I can do for you, Cormit.
He's your first one. Sign him.
Maybe let's take care of things over at the temple, and then that come after.
All right.
Yeah, and Serge will reach in his pack and pull out the Cormit voodoo doll that he got from Gengu the night before, and kind of like pat Cormit on the shoulder and to fresh starts then, and toss it in as well.
And he falls in on show. What
And
about
then,
you, Ringo? You got anything you want to throw in the hole of death?
Do I have anything?
But Serge will hold his hand out, like, it's nice to meet you, Cormit. Go for a handshake.
Cormit the Wise.
Hell yeah, Cormit the Wise. Have you ever heard of our Lord and Savior Moradin?
I was going to ask about him. So is that like a payment plan for powers, or how's that work?
Well, yeah, the interest is a son of a bitch sometimes, but yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, you got one of those necklaces?
No, I do actually.
Yeah, can I have that one?
At the mention of necklace, I'm gonna pull out Tiamat's necklace, and I will toss that into the hole.
And yeah, as as Saoirse's reaching in to pull out Tukdrol's amulet to present, he sees the rings of Talmud Var in there as well, and he'll pull those out. Extend a hand out with the amulet to Cormit as he tosses the rings one by one down into the death hole.
Now we shall cover in dirt. Can you Eldritch Blast the dirt back on there?
Afraid not, bud. I think you've got this one.
No, sick. And he grabs a shovel and he starts kind of throwing the dirt on top of all the items in there. I'm tired. Warden, give me the powers to do this faster. And he's gonna roll a religion check.
I'll provide the help action.
Let's see.
As he's covering it up,
Yeah.
I will look over to Serge and I'll be like, Serge, I understand that this is symbolic and all, but
You got 11.
that's a pile of some mighty important stuff. Do you have any way to maybe secure it a little bit better than a pile of dirt on top?
No.
I think I have a way.
Oh God,
He holds his hands out over the dirt. Morden, please cover this dirt in impenetrable stone.
I will cast Stone Shape behind him.
His eyes are closed. His eyes are closed. And he hears the stone, but he doesn't open his eyes. He's hearing it form. He's like, yes, yes. And he opens his eyes, and now it's just covered. This whole area is just a big stone square. Saoirse, your god loves me.
Feel his warm embrace.
Oh, I'm feeling it.
I'm
Alright.
excited about this, Cormit. Are you looking forward to visiting the temple with me?
Yeah. Hey, Ringo. Who's your guy again? What's his name? Mammoth?
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to try to get me on your side? Because I'm kind of Moradin's pretty dope, man. He already gave me stone hands.
We'll see. I might teach you a thing or two.
When your Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, here, take this coin. Give it a go.
Hmm.
Look over that way when you do it.
Okay. Takes the coin. So what do I do with the coin?
You just...
He takes it and he throws it.
Oh my god.
Before I can finish.
Yeah.
Not
He throws it. Blast.
a sign.
Anything happen?
You tell me.
I don't know. Did you catch Eldritch Blast behind?
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay. No, shit didn't happen. No.
Maybe a bit more practice.
But you feel time pause.
Maybe a bit of...
And then just as soon as you feel time pause, you felt Mammoth's presence, but he's not talking to you.
Holy shit.
Mm.
And now you're back.
In how's Cormit react to tossing the coin?
He just stands there for a second, and he looks down at his hands, and he looks back at you. I got a lot to think about.
Oh god.
Buddy.
Sure you do. And then about that time, I'm going to unbottle the ship.
And bottle the ship. And everybody climbs aboard. And you start your journey to Orkandi. As you're flying over... wait, did
Actually...
you want to stop in Port Brandicore? Did you search it?
No, not right now. We can go straight to Orkandi.
Actually, I'm not even...
Summoning Circle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go up to the one on the ship. That way I don't have to cast it myself.
Yeah.
Just use that to get over there.
Cool. Ojutai. By the time they get there, it's going to be like, I don't know, like 2 p.m. So Ojutai, you have some time. Is there anything else that you want to do before they arrive?
I think once I woke up and sent the messages to everybody, I would have gotten up and tried to meet with Thava or any of the other major players here at the temple Madresh, and tried to help out with coordinating whatever we need to do for the ceremony for me and the Dragon Masters. So I would have been just kind of busying myself with all of that.
Yeah.
Throughout the day.
Cool. So yeah, you do meet with a couple of them. You guys are having discussions. Everybody kind of has their input of how they want proceedings to go. Is there anything Ojutai specifically wants to happen during these proceedings?
Only thing is, I want to make sure that we not only address Kenny, but also the Dragon Masters. That's really the only thing
For sure.
I would have, but yeah, beyond that, I'd just be, because Drew, I don't know the exact, the ceremony that would be going on,
Right.
but I'm sure that there, Ojutai would have an idea of it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You know it's going to be kind of taken care of, but you just wanted to be sure that everybody kind of gets some spotlight. So you're kind of finishing up these conversations. As he's finishing up these, you guys circle into the temple. You guys are kind of in that summoning circle room where you brought the refugees through. You can hear a lot of commotion outside on the doors in front of you. You hear Ojutai's voice and the Dragon Masters kind of discussing stuff through the doors.
Start making our way out.
Cormit follows. Saoirse follows you. The doors open. Ojitai, you hear the doors open. You turn around from your conversations about what you want the ceremony to look like, and you see standing before you is Cormit, Ringo, and Saoirse.
I'll immediately walk over to the group of them. And you're all you're a bit early. It's good to see you again.
Hello, Ojitai. I'm Cormit the Wise.
I'll just give him a very courteous bow.
And he does like a little bow as well.
I'll approach Ojitai and kind of like lay a hand on his shoulder, give a slight nod. Glad to be here.
I'll approach and hug that bitch. Tight.
Yeah,
Right around his waist, my 4-foot ass.
I'll hug around your head.
As you guys are doing that, Tremoka kind of scurries over a little bit and comes to greet you guys, and Cormit kind of steps in front of him. Hello, dragon god man thing. I'm now Cormit the Wise. It's very good. Glad to hear that. Wisdom is always a good virtue for people to have. Yes. And maybe one day I will be just as powerful as you. He gives a little bow. You are certainly still interesting, but different this time around, Cormit. Welcome, all of the rest of you. You too. I want to give my sincerest thanks for seeing Ojitai back to us safely, and for helping Kenny do what needed to be done. Where is your metal friend?
I kind of lower my head and just direct it towards Saoirse a bit.
He sends his regards.
Yeah, he's in a hole. All right. Well, it's unfortunate he couldn't come. I'm sure that it would have been nice to have him here with you. Well, the ceremony's not for a couple hours, so if you all would like to have some time to catch up and discuss things, we'll free up some space for you. And he kind of looks around at everybody and kind of nods towards the doors. Now this big hall where you guys once had breakfast all together, it's been cleared out for the ceremony tonight. Now it's just you guys and Cormit and Kenny.
How long before the processions proceed?
You said a couple hours, man.
Yeah, I think the plan is for around sunset.
Ojitai, you got anything important you need to get taken care of before then?
Really, no.
Didn't know if it would be better to do before or after, but since we do have a couple hours, I'd like to share something with you all about Gingu. I've already had this, if I remember right, I had this conversation with Rango though on the ship, right, on our way to Cabbageville.
We read over some of it.
Yeah, the first page.
Yeah.
1 or 2.
So if you want, you can catch them up on. I have the last page that you were on. If you don't have it pulled up, I have it It is
24? That's right.
27.
27?
PNG 27. My arms won't stop shaking. That's where we left off.
Okay. So I guess it's more like letting Ojitai know. I'll pull the file out and sit it like in between all of us on the table, and then the crystal still humming. And set it kind of
Well,
on top of the manila folder. Yeah.
I was hoping. I assumed we were still kind of standing in this doorway, now in the like open room, and as Sosh says, he's hoping to go over some things with us. Ojitai, is there? You got a favorite spot in the temple? Anything serene or impressive?
Yeah, it's got a just follow me. I'll lead them to like a meditation hall that's got a wide overlook into the mountains. It's just incredibly serene spot. There's no furniture in it. It's just empty hall that people will sit and meditate in.
This is really cool. Come a long way since the swamp.
Most certainly have.
And I'll go to take a seat wherever you kind of guide us to.
Yeah.
As we sit down, I'll look at Sersha and just he finally finds some peace.
Yeah. I trust so. I believe so. We before you all left, we had stopped at Orlo's there and had walked into the field by the house, and Gengu asked me to help him. We dug a hole, 6 foot by 6 foot by 6 foot, and before I knew it, he had chose to be free, and this is what was left. And I'll lay the file out and the crystal on top.
Is the crystal thrumming?
I started to read through this last night, but realized pretty quickly that, I'd rather us all be together. And I'll open it up.
Above table, maybe spark note up into where you're at now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Because I don't even remember like what we got to. So
I've got a vague memory of what we've got in there.
Yeah. So.
Ojitai doesn't know.
And then
If you,
Scotty, can you screen share it?
Yeah, I think if you screen share it and go through each page, you can just quickly go over each page. 27 is where you left off reading. Like you have not started reading 27 yet.
Yeah. Boom. Move you all over here. Okay. Yeah, so the spark notes. So if I remember right, these were kind of like scientific documents going over.
We
the
could also have
process.
Gengu as a narrator.
Sure.
Sure.
Note it.
Sure.
Yeah, do that, dude.
That'd be wonderful.
Yeah. Document number 1. The preliminary hypothesis that intelligent automatons was feasible. Orlo Tremit. Where it all began. Many failed attempts later. Kept on trying. There was a small success, though. Prototype 53A with his springy arms and legs. Getting so close. But something is still missing. When Orlo was just a boy, he dreamed of being a scientist. He would follow Melios around all of his labs, and he was way more entranced with the rats than anything, but he was intrigued nonetheless. One day, one of those rats died. And all Melios had to say was, "You can't fix what has already gone, Orlo. Loss is the cost to greatness. Create something extraordinary, you must first understand what it means to lose what is important." As Orlo got older, Melios started to direct him toward more household projects. Things to sweep the floors, organize books. But that wasn't enough for Orlo. He wanted to be more ambitious. Create something that mattered. Maybe one day he'll figure out how to make his ideas come to life. On his 16th birthday, Melios pulled Orlo to the side and he thought it was just another talk about his automaton model he was creating. But this was far more sinister. He said that Orlo was adopted. His parents weren't the people that he thought they were. They worked in the labs here in Starmount. They were experimenting and something went wrong. Orlo was only 2 years old and Melios has taken care of him ever since. And he learned that day that Tremit wasn't just simply his last name. Tremit is what they call the orphans here. Nobodies. And Orlo, he kept logs, even with his small successes. With 53A, his spiral limbs, it was the first breakthrough. But he was hitting a wall. Was the limitation the natural lattice, or was it something intangible? Something that can't be engineered or fabricated? Then one day Orlo was going through the archives, and he found a notebook tucked away in a forgotten corner. Its leather worn and embossed on the cover was Catherine K. And the title immediately caught his eye. The Foundational Knowledge of Blood Crystals. And he opened it cautiously and began to study. Maybe this was the missing piece. And the actual journal is inside of this folder. So you open it up and you see the resonance of life and thought, talking about how to unlock the full potential of a blood crystal, binding the essence to consciousness, synchronizing it. Very deep stuff. I'm not sure I quite even understand it, but Orlo would. The lattice of thought. Maybe you can weave consciousness into these. And this last section is quite intriguing. She knew what she found. And she knew she had to lay out the ethical considerations of it all. And there's a picture of a boy. creation of intelligence through blood crystals is not simply a feat of engineering or magic. It is a responsibility. A creation capable of thought must be treated as more than a tool. It must be given the dignity of choice. It has been 6 months since I lost you, Kaylin. 6 months since the sea stole you from me. Every day since, I wake to the sound of waves outside my window and wish they would stop. That the endless crashing would not remind me of the journey that tore us apart. I don't even think I can read this again. I left them too soon. Catherine Clayson. It's been 2 years since I lost Kaylin. Though the ache of his absence hasn't left me, I decided to start anew. It's like she went to River March. It's like she's just trying to start a new life. Without Kaylin, without her family, without my dad. I heard he went off to the war up north. Maybe it's for the best. Signed, Catherine. Then one day, in River March, a man appeared, Darian Belster, and he's a councilman of Starmount. It should have intimidated her, but it didn't. And when he left, she wished he would return. And he did. For months on months, Darren became a regular. Maybe this was the key to happiness for her after losing Kaylin. She never thought she would leave Rivermarch, but she packed up her things and boarded a carriage for Starmount. Darian asked her to marry him last month, and she hesitated, but decided to go through with it. Starmount was unlike anything she's ever seen. She got to set up her workspace right in the building. It's not the same as her shop in Rivermarch. Darian says that she could pursue her research here. But there seems to be a shadow in Starmount. I see it in the way the other council members look at us, and the whispers that follow down the halls. Darian says it's just politics, but I'm not so sure. For now, I'll focus on my research. Can't let it go to waste. It's the last letter Darian wrote. Seems like paranoia got a hold of him. He says that Valorcor's influence spreads like a poison among the council, that they puppeteer Starmount. They have eyes everywhere watching me, watching Kathy. My family's not safe here. We must get out. But I don't think he got to finish this letter. And I don't think who he was meaning to write to ever received it. There's an article from the Starmount Gazette. The massacre on the Starmount Council. Many council members slaughtered in their sleep in their own chambers. Seems like, if I had to guess, Valorcor had something to do with it. An approval of funding for Project GHENGHU, the Genesis of Humanoid Evolution, Neural Gateway to Human Understanding. From Valorcor to Orlo Tremont. We will allocate you 1,500,000 gold marks for Project Genku. Orlo's been studying Catherine's notes for months. And the more he uncovers, the more he sinks into the abyss. started his own experience. Process is grueling. It only responds to pure, untainted blood, fresh from the source. And that source must have been him. And this is where we left off.
Yeah, so, to be honest with you, lads, almost started trembling at this point.
So, like, so Gangu was like a person before Metal Man?
Seems that way.
Mm.
Which we had some understanding of, but this definitely sheds more light on it.
More light on Orlo. He always seemed like such a complex figure in Gengu's mind. Didn't necessarily know how to feel about him at times, but there always seemed to be a respect. Alright.
I can continue narrating if you'd like, or we could, whatever the group prefers.
This is you guys.
I think
choice.
would Sersh be reading? I think.
I can, yeah.
I would say from this point forward, above table, like every word instead of paraphrasing is pretty important as it ramps up.
Yeah.
I assume that of the group, Sersh is probably the one that would.
Yeah, I can't read yet. Fix that though.
Either Moradin or Mammon will have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Figure one out.
It's like another letter from Orlo. I made another cut today, this time along my forearm. Crystal hummed faintly as I let the blood drip over its surface. It's reacting, but not enough. Catherine's note spoke of resonance, finding the right frequency to bind the blood to the crystal's lattice. My attempts so far have yielded little more than flickers of energy, like the dying breaths of a candle. My arms are a patchwork of scars now, lines crossing over one another like a map of failure. Each one marks another attempt, another step, closer to understanding, or so I tell myself. But how much more blood can I give before I become as empty as these crystals? He writes, I've moved on to larger crystals. The smaller ones were too unstable, fracturing under the pressure of the resonance. The larger matrices seem to hold better, but the cost is greater. The cuts need to be deeper, the blood flow stronger. My hands tremble as I write this, and the bandages wrapped around them are already soaked through. I look at myself in the mirror and hardly recognize the man staring back. My skin is pale, stretched thin over the scars that mark every inch of my arms. But there's something else, something in my eyes. Fire, purpose. I don't know if it's hope or madness, but I can't stop now.
Lads, I'm not misunderstanding, but all those attempts here are meaningless, right? It takes the blood of an unhosted soul. Is that correct?
I don't really understand yet, but it takes some sort of blood. The blood activated at some, just not all the way. So there's some sort of something going on. Kind of like how, like, you know, if I'm drinking alcohol, and well, no.
I think you're on to something there for sure, Womit.
There was a note earlier about having to be pure. I don't fully understand what that means yet, but
Like this.
seems,
Go ahead.
yeah, it seems whatever Orlo was attempting through sourcing it from himself just wasn't.
Cutting it. It was only cutting him.
Ooh, good one.
Today, for the first time, the crystal didn't just hum, it sang. A low, resonant tone that filled the room, vibrating in my chest like a second heartbeat. I found the frequency. It's imperfect, unstable, but it's there. Catherine was right. The blood carries more than just energy. It carries intention, memory, essence. I stared at the crystal for hours after the sound faded. It felt alive, as if it were waiting for something, or someone. He continues, my arms won't stop shaking. I've lost track of how many times I've cut into my skin, each time a little deeper, a little longer. The scars run together now, thick and raised like the roots of an ancient tree. But the crystals are changing. They hold light longer, glow brighter. They resonate with a clarity I've never seen before. I feel like I'm standing on the edge of something monumental, and yet I wonder if I've already gone too far. How much of myself have I given away to these stones? How much more can I give before there's nothing left of me? Seems like a flyer. Construction of the Dimensional Gate, a gateway to new frontiers. Given out by the Starmount Council in partnership with Valacor. Officially unveiled plans to construct the Dimensional Gate, a groundbreaking project that promises to revolutionize our understanding of the multiverse. Located in the heart of the capital, the gate will serve as a conduit between realms, allowing Starmount to access untapped resources, new knowledge, and opportunities for expansion. Construction of the Dimensional Gate is expected to take 3 years. Once operational, the project will be overseen by a dedicated team of engineers, arcanists, and researchers, ensuring the safety and stability of interdimensional travel. I guess the damn dog was one of them. Starmount looks toward the future. The Dimensional Gate stands as a symbol of our city's unwavering commitment to innovation, progress, and the pursuit of knowledge.
That was, remember in the basement of Starmount when we went back for like, I think it was like the second or third time, and there was the demons and the kobolds and stuff, and there was that one where the demons came out. That must have been one of the gates.
Who all went down there for that? It was Rango and who else?
Gangu, I believe.
Gangu.
Some background context. Me going down there is when I found this file.
Oh, yeah.
Because I burnt the
That's
entire
right.
laboratory except for this one file.
Didn't really look around
Yeah.
because we had to get a concentratory.
Why the fuck? Like, why did Rango go down there?
I think
Rango,
you were
because I went down
He was
first.
trying to loot. He was looking for anything. Yeah.
I think
What
you're
did
also
he get?
backing Gengu up, because I think Gengu had gone down.
No, Gingu and
Yeah.
Cormit came down after. They came down on the stairs. I can't remember why. It might have just been like looking for more information or anything, not necessarily just loot, but
Cole, I did send you a message.
okay.
Orlu goes on. I don't know why I'm writing this. Maybe to convince myself that I mean it this time, that I'm really going to stop. The project is over. That's a change of pace. I can't keep doing this, not to myself, not to my body. Years of work, of blood and pain, and for what? A handful of crystals that hum and glow but refuse to come alive. They're just stones, no matter how much I bleed into them, no matter how perfectly I tune their resonance. I thought I was so close, that I could see the spark waiting to ignite, but it was never there. It was my own desperation staring back at me.
I look at my hands now, shaking, scarred, and ruined. I've given everything to this project, and it's given me nothing in return. Melios always said the cost of greatness was high, but he never told me it would be my soul. So this is it. I'm done. I'll return to the work I know. The safe, predictable design. I'll return to the work I know. The safe, predictable designs of household automatons and labor constructs. There's no shame in it. It's honest work, and maybe it's all I was ever meant to do. I wanted to create life, to make something extraordinary. But life isn't something you create, it's something you live. And I've forgotten how to do that. The document from Vala. Subject: termination of funding for Project GHU. After extensive review and consideration, the Valacor Research Division has decided to formally terminate funding and support for Project Gengu. While we recognize the significant efforts and time invested in this initiative, the lack of measurable progress and the prohibitive costs associated with continued development have necessitated this decision. Despite multiple funding phases, the project has failed to produce a functioning prototype. The escalating resource demands of the project have diverted attention and materials away from higher priority initiatives. Valacor is shifting focus to projects that align more closely with the city's immediate needs and economic goals, including automaton applications in infrastructure and defense. Seem to have ran into that. The immediate actions are as follows. All research and development activities associated with Project Gengu must cease by the end of the current fiscal quarter. All materials, prototypes, and documentation related to the project are to be inventoried and stored in compliance with Valacor's archival policies. Remaining project personnel will be reassigned. While Project Gengu has not met its intended goals, we acknowledge the dedication and ingenuity demonstrated throughout its development. It remains committed to advancing Starman's technological and scientific pursuits. Curious. It sounded like it was Ola's decision to terminate the project, but makes it seem like Vala was...
Yeah, maybe he kind of gave up and then they saw that and they pulled their money out, but...
Signed Orlo. Approval for mass production of Type 6 combat automatons.
That's a sudden shift.
Defense, yeah. Summary of the initiative.
Without advanced cognitive frameworks.
Ensuring complete operational control and zero risk of autonomous decision making. So choice, which was so important.
Signed Orlo Trimmet, Chief Engineer of Automaton Development.
Damn, so you built all those guys we've been fighting.
So much for the return to the farm.
Doesn't make sense. I feel like he would have hated that work. I mean...
I wonder if there's anything explaining on what pulled him back. I'd say this is it.
What have I become? I look at the rows of cold, lifeless machines marching out of my workshop, each one built for nothing but destruction. They have no minds, no purpose beyond the commands they're given. They are tools, blunt instruments of war, and I'm the one who forged them. This is not what I wanted. This is not the future I dreamed of when I first imagined what automatons could be. I wanted to create life, to give the world something extraordinary. Instead, I've filled it with shadows. Each automaton is a reminder of how far I've fallen, of how dark this path has become. I tell myself that I'm only following orders. This is the role I was given. The truth is harder to face. I am complicit. I am creating evil, and with every unit that leaves my workshop, the weight of it grows heavier. How much more of this can I endure? How much longer before there is nothing left of me but the scars of what I've done? official invitation to a Starmount Council. Second day of the dawn rise, year 1207. Join us as we unveil the Dimensional Gateway, a marvel of engineering and arcane ingenuity. The ceremony will feature remarks by esteemed council members and Valakor leadership. Official activation of the gateway and a public display of its potential. A monumentous occasion for our city. Signed, Melios. The Dimensional Gateway was meant to be a symbol of Starmount's triumph, a hollow display of Valakor's influence, wrapped in pomp and ceremony. I didn't expect it to mean anything to me, not after everything I've abandoned. But something happened today that I can't explain, something that shook me to my core. As the portal activated, the crystals in my pocket began to hum. At first it was faint, almost imperceptible, like a whisper in the back of my mind. But as the energy from the gateway surged, so did the resonance of the crystals. They vibrated with an intensity I've never felt before, pulling toward the portal as though they were alive, as though they recognized something on the other side. I stepped back from the crowd, pressing a hand against my pocket to steady the crystals. No one else seemed to notice, their eyes fixed on the glowing arc of the gateway. But I couldn't look away from the crystals. They were brighter than I've ever seen them, pulsating with energy I hadn't realized they could hold. This is it. This is what I've been missing. Catherine's note spoke of resonance, of finding the perfect frequency to unlock the true potential of the crystals. I thought I had failed, that the project was dead. But now I see I was looking in the wrong place. The portal. Calling to them, pulling them towards something on the other side. I have to know what it is. Another article. Tragedy strikes, child dies at Dimensional Gateway incident. A tragic accident has claimed the life of a Starmount citizen during an unauthorized attempt to enter the recently completed Dimensional Gateway. The incident occurred late last night under circumstances that remain unclear. In light of the devastating event, the Starmount Council and Valakor have announced the immediate suspension of all gateway operations. The Dimensional Gateway will remain closed until a full investigation has been conducted, said Thaddeus Valmont, Director of Research and Innovation. Our deepest condolences go out to leader Melios and his family during this unimaginable time. The loss of Melios' son, Harper, has sent shockwaves through the city, raising questions about the risks associated with the gateway and the safeguards in place to protect those involved. Further updates will be provided as the investigation continues. Hoppy.
So Harpy died in the gate?
Curious how much of an accident it was.
That's a terrifying thought.
Horrible as they are, really think that Melios would have sent his own son through there? Just as
Who's-
a test?
Who's to say it was Melios' doing?
What do you think Tom and Var did?
Could have been an agent of Valor, someone else at Starmount. God forbid, Orlo. What's next?
Oh, fuck. Harper begged me to let him come. I told him the Shadowfell was no place for a boy, but his stubbornness mirrored my own, and I relented. If you're going, I'm going too, he said. How could I refuse him? I thought perhaps it would be good for him to see the truth of my work, to understand the risks and reward of discovery. I never imagined the price he'd pay. Fuck. 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 The journey through the Dimensional Gateway was unlike anything I've experienced. The air around us warped and shifted, suffused with a coldness that seemed to sink into my bones. It wasn't the physical chill of winter, but something deeper, an emptiness, a void. Shapes moved in the periphery of the swirling darkness, flickering like shadows cast by an unseen flame. Every step felt like wading through a heavy, oppressive fog, and yet the crystals in my pocket pulsed with an increasing intensity, guiding me forward. The Shadowfell was silent, except for the faint hum of the crystals. The landscape stretched out before us, a barren expanse of gray and black, where the horizon blurred into the gloom. Harper clung close to me, his earlier bravado stripped away by the weight of this place. Then it happened. The crystals erupted in a violent cacophony of light and sound, their resonance tearing through the suffocating silence. The energy was unlike anything I had seen, shards of light splintering through the darkness, casting glimmers across the bleak terrain. The vibrations grew stronger, pulling me toward a singular point in the distance. I clutched at my chest, the pull almost unbearable, as if the crystals were trying to tear me free of my body. And then I saw him. He was standing in the distance, surrounded by the faint shimmer of the crystal's glow. A boy, no older than Hoppy, tousled blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. My breath caught in my throat. I knew that face. I had seen it before, in the photograph tucked inside Catherine's journal. The boy she lost, Kalen Klassen. It wasn't possible. Kalen had been dead for over a century, and yet there he was, staring at me with an intensity that pierced through the shadows. Before I could move, before I could even think, the crystal shot from my pocket. The eruption of power was blinding. Colors erupted in a chaotic dance, rippling through the airs and colliding with the boy's figure. The light consumed him, and for a moment he was everywhere, his face, his voice, his very essence, imprinted in the energy. And then it all rushed into the crystal, which hovered before me, vibrating with a life of its own. I reached out instinctively, my fingers trembling as they closed around the crystal. It was warm, alive, its energy coursing through me like a second heartbeat. I felt the spark, intelligence, memory, something I couldn't quite name but had been chasing all my life. Then came the scream. I turned to see Hopper collapse, his body writhing on the ground as the energy around us intensified. The crystal dimmed in my hand, its light fading as Hopper's life slipped away. I froze, torn between the exhilaration of my discovery and the horror of what it had cost. Kalen Klassen was gone. Hopper was dead. Orlo.
After reading that page, I'll just be staring at the crystal that Ursha had set out.
Milius blames me for Hopper's death, and he's not wrong. I can see it in his eyes every time he looks at me, grief mixed with rage, a silent condemnation that cuts deeper than any words ever could. He hasn't said it outright, but he doesn't need to. I feel the weight of his judgment in every passing moment. His wife left shortly after the funeral. She couldn't bear to stay, not with the ghost of her son haunting these halls. She said little when she left, but the look she gave me, I'll carry it with me for the rest of my days. But worse than her anger is her conviction. She believes she can bring him back. I overheard her speaking to a trader from the outer provinces before she left, asking about forbidden magics, about soul-binding rituals. I don't know if it's desperation or madness driving her, but she's gone, chasing a dream that I fear will only lead to more heartbreak. And then there's the council. They whisper in dark corners, their voices low but sharp. Treachery, they say, murder. My name has become a curse in Starmount, my reputation in ruins. They call me a pariah. Perhaps they're right. Hopper's death has tainted everything I've touched, and no one cares about the truth when the lies are so much easier to believe. Yet through it all, my work continues. The blood crystal hums with life, its resonance growing stronger with each passing day. It holds something extraordinary, something beyond my understanding. I've seen what it can do, the power it carries. It frightens me, and yet I can't let it go. I'm alone now, isolated by my grief and guilt, but the crystal is my only companion. It whispers to me in the quiet moments, reminding me of what I've sacrificed and what I still hope to achieve. I don't know if it'll ever be forgiven, if I'll ever be forgiven by Melios, by the Council, or by myself. But the work continues. It must. Orlo. Melios and the Valakor are cooking up a war, and they're using my creations to do it. The non-intelligent automatons I designed were supposed to protect Starmount, to maintain order and security, not to march into battlefields as mindless tools of destruction. Yet that is exactly how they're being deployed. I've seen the schematics they're modifying, the orders being issued. These machines are no longer mine. They're become weapons of war, stripped of purpose beyond killing. And I'm the one who gave them the means. The tension between Melios and me grows thicker with every passing day. He doesn't trust me anymore, not since Hopper's death. I can see it in his eyes and the way he watches me during council meetings. He's waiting for me to falter, to give him a reason to cast me out entirely. But it's not just distrust I see, it's fear. Melios fears the power of my work, things I've discovered, the secrets I've unearthed. But perhaps he should. And perhaps he should. Gengu is different. He's not like the others. The blood crystal hums with life inside him, a spark of something real, something extraordinary. If they find out about him, they'll take him from me, strip him down until he's nothing more than another lifeless tool in their arsenal. I can't let that happen. Gengu is my life's work, my redemption. He's the only piece of this twisted puzzle that makes sense, and I won't let them destroy him. I've made my decision. I must take Gengu and leave Starmount. I don't know where we'll go, but we can't stay here. Not with Melios breathing down my neck, not with Valor's ambitions creeping ever closer. They can have their war, they can have their city. They can't have Gengu. Signed Orlo Trimment. As I was packing the last of my things, Catherine's journal fell to the floor. The old leather binding peeling back from years of wear. Something caught my eye, a thin stack of papers tucked beneath the lining. My hands trembled as I pulled them free. A letter and a photograph. My dearest son, if you are reading this, it means I was not able to watch you grow into the person I know you are meant to become. It pains me more than words can express to think of all the moments we will never share, all the things I will never be able to tell you in person. But if nothing else, I want to leave this letter behind so that you will always know one truth. You are loved more than you can imagine. Your life began in tragedy, and for that I am so sorry. You were too young to understand what was taken from you, too young to remember the family that held you so close in your first years. But I want you to know that everything I did was for you, for the hope of a future where you could grow up safe, even if it meant I could not be there to see it. The world is not always a kind place, and it may try to make you believe that you are alone, but you are not. You come from a line of people who fought for what mattered, who sacrificed for what they believed in. That fire lives in you too, and I hope you can carry it with pride. I think about your brother, Kalen, every day. Losing him shattered my heart, but knowing you were still here gave me the strength to go on. You are my light, my reason to keep fighting, even when everything else seems lost. I hope someone tells you about me one day, not as a mother you barely knew, but as the woman who dreamed of a better world for her children. I hope you remember that you were born of love, even if life has tried to convince you otherwise. Above all, I want you to know that I see greatness in you, the kind of greatness that changes lives, that makes the world better simply by existing in it. You are more than your scars, more than the pain you've endured. You are my son, and you are extraordinary. I love you, Orlo, with all my heart. Catherine. Wait. They adopted him?
So, Orlo and Gingu were
Brothers.
adoptive brothers.
Wait,
I don't think adoptive.
yeah, because the mom's the same, ain't it?
They're half brothers. After whatever happened with Catherine, Orlo was adopted by Helios.
Dang, so that means Orlo's old as, or not Orlo, Gengu was really old then, because Orlo's younger and he was old.
And Serge looks to the crystal, seeing it continue to hum. Lads, he's still in there.
Still in there.
Gengu.
Cormit
Kaden.
rushes forward and grabs the crystal. And he begins shaking it.
Gengu! We'll get you out of there. Don't worry, buddy. We'll get you out of here. Who
But
put him in?
But
What?
Cormit, I don't think he wanted to be free.
Yeah, we're gonna get him free.
Yeah, but you know what happens when we break this crystal. We've seen it.
What?
When Gengu did the same for Harpy. When we... He won't come back, Cormit. But what he set out to do in the field...
What if we don't break it? What if we...
Is that what he wanted, Serge?
He wanted to be free.
If we don't break it, then condemning him to a eternal imprisonment doesn't sound like freedom to me.
Yeah, but he never... I never got to say goodbye to him. And... I don't know.
Well, here. Like I read from Orlo's letter. The crystal almost whispered to him at times.
He immediately holds it, like, almost in his ear.
Talk to him, Cormit.
Mm.
He's there.
Gengu. Buddy. You're a good friend to me, and you helped me pull me out of my isolation, and we went in the swamp, we killed those grungs that were always terrorizing me, and we killed that nasty witch, and then we killed the Bullywug King, and they were bullying me, and then we freed the other frog people in the swamp, and we rescued them, and that was my home, and that was cool. I mean, we were really close, because I think everybody thought we were stupid, but we're not. We're good guys. And then, I lost my mind for a little bit, my memory, and then you guys didn't leave me, and you came back and helped me pay off my debt. And then you left. And it made me really sad, and I was upset. Oh, and then there was a time in the sewers before that. My bad. We were in the sewers, and we fought a demon, and that was cool. But when you left, and it broke my heart because you didn't tell me, and you just went. Yeah, and you came back. Yeah, and I thought we were gonna be bros forever. And then you went and disintegrated yourself in a hole. And now you're in here. And now you want me to smash this crystal? No, I don't think I can do it. But I'm not gonna be the one to... I thought about it about 10 seconds ago, running off with you and not letting it happen. That wouldn't be very good. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep you here if you don't want to be here. So, I guess this is goodbye. By the way, I'm a wizard now, and I can do magic. You should have seen I made this stone. I don't have my weapons anymore, and I got a new hat. I don't need the alcohol. And just like you don't need the fire salts anymore. We're both free now. So, I guess that's that. Goodbye, Gengu. You mean a lot to me. And, I'll never forget you. And, yeah. Alright, well.
And he hands it off to Saoirse.
There you go. Saoirse.
Let's call it.
Maybe Moradin will know what to do.
Do you think it matters much?
What's up?
Freeing him here, or freeing him in the shadow plane?
I don't think Gengu would like a life in shadows. If that's what happens.
If it does matter, maybe we need to take it to the Fae.
Think
He
would
loved
like
that place.
Well, just so happens I can get us there. I'll pull out the cubic gate that was left behind in the
Well,
hole as well.
wait.
I'll just put up.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Before we do that,
After.
Yeah, because, I mean, we can come back, but I think Gengu would like to see Kenny off too, you know?
yeah.
Definitely.
About that time, people start kind of making their way in, and you realize that a lot of time has passed as you guys have been reading and discussing everything. And the time for the ceremonies has come. As you guys kind of all stand up there, a lot of the kobolds you helped rescue and monks of the temple kind of, there's not any really place to sit, but everybody's just kind of standing in rows and kind of waiting for stuff to happen. The 3 dragon masters that remain come in, along with a couple of the more elder people of the temple.
We'll kind of lead our group in, and I would assume that we're probably, somewhere towards the front of the whole procession.
Yeah, for sure. You guys kind of take your spots. You're stood next to Tarhun, Thava, and Narset. Dramoka, everybody kind of quiets down and gets in their spots, and Dramoka kind of begins to speak. Friends and family of the temple, we've all gathered here today to see off and celebrate the lives of our dear friends Ramos, Arcades, and Kenny. I will begin talking about my colleagues, Ramos and Arcades, my friends, as I call them. We've been around for thousands of years, overseeing the temple and saw many generations go. Never before has an event like Branacor happened in a long, long time. Way before us. Arcades was one that was a little bit more cautious about things, but was always thinking about what was best for the temple. Didn't want to rush into action that would jeopardize our temple. Ramos was quite the opposite. Ramos had been waiting years to be uncooped from the temple itself. Both fought honorably to take care of Tiamat, see an end to the terror that she was bringing to Brannicore. They will be missed greatly. The vacancy of the temple will be felt for thousands of years, perhaps more. I will miss them greatly. Many long nights of discussing many years together, reminiscing on different adventures that we had ourselves, how we could improve the temple. But I will hold fondly the good memories, times that we had celebrations, or got to see many of you grow into terrific monks for this temple and serve graciously. Now, before I continue on about those two or let anyone speak, I want to address Kenny. Kenny was here for a much shorter time than them, but he progressed greatly. Rapidly, in fact, and seemingly like he had a destiny that I believe that he has fulfilled. Many of you liked having Kenny around. There was the time that he stole the bread tray from Tarhun and ran away with it, and Tarhun chased him for hours before he fell off a ledge and fell many hundreds of feet. Kenny brought his broken body back for some healing monks to mend his wounds. And Tarhun, I am sorry, but that was a great laugh at the expense of yourself, I must say. Kenny brought joy to this place, a youthful kind of innocence to it, that unfortunately he was not allowed to experience very long as he went into the dark reaches of this world and did what must have been done. As well as we all knew him, and for the time he spent here, there was others that knew him far greater. And at this time I would like to ask each of you to come forward and talk. First, Rango. Please, do you have any thoughts or memories to share of Kenny?
I'll step forward. When me and the other Goldbringers first found Kenny, there's a cave just outside of Cabbageville. We weren't sure what to make of him. And at the time, none of us truly knew what any of this greater series of events would become. And honestly, it's a good thing that we had Ojatai there. I'd say that without him, Kenny's fate may have been exceptionally different. But with Ojatai there, we were able to get Kenny out of that hole. I would say literally and metaphorically. And he did a great thing for this world. Someone had to do it. And he stepped up. As I stepped down from the podium.
Thank you for that, Rango. It is great that you were able to get him out of the dark hole that he was in, so that he could use his power and destiny to save the rest of us from eternal darkness. Now, our dear dwarf friend, Sersha, would you please step forward and share some things that you would like to say about Kinney?
Careful. Step up. Rest the anvil in front of him. Hands clasped over the hilt. When I think of Kinney, one word comes to my mind, and that's trust. Like Rango said when we found him, it was scary. But he trusted us and stuck beside us. And we walked this crazy path together. And then when he came to this temple, he trusted you all. In his care and his studies, and his passion, and his faith. And when there were times of uncertainty, questioning, curiosity, he trusted Ojitai with his life. And that bond, though his physical form may be gone, could never be taken from my memory. And that intent and love will carry on. And in doing so, I'll step down and take Ojitai's hand and put... are you still wearing the cloak? Your cloak?
Yeah.
Place my palm over your hand, and just kind of give you a nod and a squeeze. And when I take my hand away, there's a pin there. It's a golden ring, and at the base of the ring is a silver figure, wings tucked, looking up at a brass dragon, wings extended out, pointed to the top, and an engraving around the golden circle of the pin. To he who brings so much more than gold. And then at the bottom says to Kenny. And I'll take my place back.
Jamoka steps forward again. Next, I would like to, and you see Cormac kind of rush forward and hand a piece of paper up to Jamoka. Yes, and he opens it up. Sorry, before the last one, one more would like to say something. This is, I'm sure a lot of you have met him. Cormac the Wise would like to say a few words about our dear friend Kinney. Cormac, he's got his hands clasped before him, and he just kind of nods.
Thank you, Dragon. Okay. So, Kenny was a good guy. I liked Kenny a lot. Many times in battle, he would save us with his lightning breath, where he would absolutely shock everybody, kill them, and save us. Also, beyond his combat prowess, Kenny was just good always friendly and thinking about things very passionately and considerably. He let me ride him once, and that was a lot of fun. Also, when everyone would sleep most of the time and I couldn't, me and Kenny spent many nights with him teaching me his favorite game of rummy. Many rounds of rummy were played between us. Such a fun game that got you involved. We shared many things with each other over those games, our wants and wishes. And I will forever miss those games of rummy between us. And I don't think I'll ever pick up a deck of cards and play rummy again. Kenny, you win this round. And he pulls out a deck of cards out of his pocket and sets it on Kenny. He bows towards him. Thank you, Dragon. And he walks forward. And he squeezes in between everybody and stands there amongst you. Thank you, Coleman the Wise. We'd had no such knowledge of his infatuation with the card game of rummy, but I'm glad that he could share that joy with you, as he shared much other joy with the rest of us, or other many things that he enjoyed himself. Finally, the one who maybe perhaps know him the best. Ojitai, would you please step forward and share some final thoughts with us about our dear Kinney, along with, perhaps, our fallen dragon masters?
I'll step up and I'll, keep the pin that Sersha had just given me in my hand. I will, just touch that hand to where the tooth necklace from Narset is at as well. As several have said before me, when we found Kenny, it was in a deep, dark cave surrounded by kobolds just outside of Cabbageville. He was alone, was scared. We took him in, had to protect him as best we could. Even passed him off as a dog for quite some time. But we did as much as we could to protect you from the terrors of what was going on in Brannicor at the time. As time went on, we to watch him grow, to listen to him finally find his voice, to even branch out on his wings and fly on his own. As he soared to new heights, so did our hearts, watching all that. I had never been so proud, seeing anyone grow as much as I was watching you. You took up your training with the Masters. You had excelled in every way. You embraced your own sense of justice, your kind heart. Even in our last moments together, as we faced down Tiamat herself, never faltered, never wavered. In those final moments, the tallest peak, Dragonback Mountain, you became our light, Kenny. final hope. You knew the price of choice that you have made. You accepted it, knowing that you would protect us. You would protect all of Brannicor. Thank you, Penny, for everything you have given. I hope that your spirit finds as much peace as you have given us. And cannot also forget Masters Ramos and Arcades, valiantly given their lives for peace of the world. To stop one of the greatest evils that has ever set foot on this plane. The presence we sorely missed. Centuries to come. I'll just bow my head after that. Go back to the group.
Thank you, Ojutai, and thank you, the rest of you, for your kind words and memories of Kinney and our dragon masters that have fell. Also, I would like to take a moment for all of us to remember those in Brannicor and those from the temple that also went and fought and are no longer with us, the innocent and the heroic, the ones who also gave everything. And for them, we should try to live our lives the best that we can, and do everything in our power to live a life without regrets and without waste, to honor their sacrifice for us. Everybody kind of takes a moment of silence. Now, well, the Goldbringers who traveled with Kinney, please grab up his body and take him outside where we will finish the ceremony.
I'll get up and lead the group over to where he's at. Is he on like a palanquin or something to pick him up with?
Yeah, you're not just like grabbing him. Yeah, there's like a so everybody kind of grabs a different corner and walks it through the crowd of people. People kind of follow you guys outside, out onto the balcony, where there is a kind of large kind of structure, like for like a bonfire, where you'll set the body of Kinney on. You guys walk over and place Kinney down. You guys sit there for a second, kind of unsure what to do, but Ojutai kind of motions you guys to go back with the crowd, and Ojutai, you begin to follow when Madresh kind of steps forward with a lit torch and stops you and hands you the torch. Ojutai, it should be you that does this. And he gives you a bow, and he walks back and takes his place in the crowd. Dramoka stands behind the crowd with the other two Dragon Masters. Your friends are in the front row of the crowd as you stand alone next to Kinney with the torch lit.
Yeah, I'll go up and quiet enough that the rest of the people there don't hear it. I'll just say, "Bye, my friend." Light the pyre.
You light the pyre as the sun begins setting. You hear birds chirping above and flying around the mountain in the clouds. You guys can look off the balcony and see Orkandi, and a little bit further the ocean that separates Orkandi from the mainland. You guys watch as the fire engulfs Kenny's body and begins burning it away. The embers of the fire begin floating off in the sky. And a little bit of a jump. Those embers are now replaced by sparks from a portal as you guys jump into the Feywild with Gengu's crystal. The four of you. After Kenny and the ceremony, you guys have made the decision to take Gengu's crystal to the Feywild to finally set him free. Rango, you informed your parents that you were going to be a little bit later than you'd like after they messaged you in inquisition why you weren't back yet. But you made a promise to your friends to see this out. Begrudgingly, your father understood your mother was a little bit more receptive, and Horace was always fighting your battles back home for you. Ojitai, you delayed your training with Madresh a little bit so that you could see this through. And Saoirse, before you and Kenny start your before you and Cormant start your pilgrimage to some of the temples for Moradin, you had to see your good friend Gengu off and set him free finally. So you guys have just walked through the portal, and you guys now all sit Feywild in the poppy fields that you guys gone to originally.
So this is it. Where he would have wanted to be.
So, do you pull out the crystal?
Yeah.
As you pull it out, I'll kind of get a bit closer to you and just take my knuckle and knock on your hammer a couple of times and be like, let's say this would be a fitting end. Okay?
He said my goodbye. He knows that I will miss him.
Crystal still thrumming.
Find a sort of flat stone in the field and set it up. Lay the crystal upon it. Thank you, Gengu. Thank you for being my brother. For listening. But more than anything, teaching me that there's power in choice. There's freedom in it. Dignity. And I hope we're doing right by you. I love you, mate. Now can I look up? It's Rengo and Ojitai.
Corbin's bawling his eyes out.
Ojitai will just step a little closer and A hand on the crystal. Be at peace. Step back.
I'll step forward. Lay a hand over the crystal. Just kind of let it linger for a second. Take my hand off and step back. Nod towards Sersh.
I'll look to all the guys one more time. Stifle a involuntary sob seeing Cormit. Look back to the crystal. And the image of the boy with flowing golden locks and piercing blue eyes. There's a overwhelming sense of calm. And lift the hammer. Strike down.
As the hammer begins coming down to strike down, Gangu, your final moments. What do you see? How's Gangu feeling?
So, Gengu is surrounded by an abyss of red, cursing himself if he made the right decision or not. Life on the material plane wasn't so bad. I should have stayed. Sure, it wasn't my real body. But life is more than that. Guess this is what I deserve. And at that point, excruciating bright white light hits my peripherals, and the red abyss around me starts to crackle. So you've done it. Can't believe you. And the white light starts to spread out and take over my entire vision. And next thing I know, I am in a field of flowers, and I can see Sersh, Rango, and Ojitai. And in the distance, you all see a blonde-haired boy, blue eyes, about 30 feet away. And I lock eyes with Sersh.
Who is now sobbing, by the way.
And I hold up my hand.
He lifts his hammer.
Hammer bros. And with a gust of wind, my crystal dust and my form get swept away. And Kaylin gets swept up by an even stronger white light this time. And he hears a voice he hasn't heard in a very long time.
Oh, fucking shit.
Kaylin. Kaylin, it's you. And I open my eyes and I see my mother. And I don't know what to think. I'm just simply in disbelief. And I'm floating. Everyone's floating. My mother looks just like the day I left her. The only thing I could do was go in for a hug. I knew you weren't gone forever, that I'd see you again. And from behind I hear, Galen, is that you? And I turned around and I see my dad take off his hat. And in a gesture I don't quite understand, he... Catherine? And I run over to give him a hug too. Galen, I have someone that you should meet. So I follow my mother, and there he is. Orlo. And all I can do is run up and give him the biggest hug. Oh, Orlo, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Please forgive me. This is your brother, Caitlin. And I take a step back. I see Orlo, old and frail. And I don't quite understand. And then my mother locks arms with a guy that I've never seen before. And this is Darian, his father. Kaylin, the reason why it worked, only because Orlo had shared blood with you. All of those failures. But we're not going to talk about that. We're here now. That's all that matters. One big family. For the first time. And I turn my head and I see Harper walking up, and Orlo seems to get some tears in his eyes. Not quite understand the dynamic or who this boy is. I don't quite understand. And he comes up to me. Hello, Gengu. Harpy? Welcome home, Gengu. And I am, at this point, Gengu is overflowing with information. He hasn't seen any of these people in so long, he just can't quite piece it all together. For first and foremost, it just feels nice to have his mother and father by his side. And he looks off in the distance. Klein, Oscar, Bastian, Bump Gartlinger's coming out from around the corner. And above our heads, we see two giant dragons and a smaller one flying underneath. And then a frail old man walks up, strangely familiar. Y'all got space for one more? Old man Kenkins. We sure do. So we all join hands. We walk off into the light. And the most important thing Gengu learned that day is that in a world of darkness, one must always follow the light. And that is it.
While Gengu is having this spiritual moment, the rest of the group is kind of wiping away their tears and walking back through the portal. First is Cormit, followed by Ojutai and Sersha. Rango, you're the last one to step through, and for some reason you look back, and you see off in the distance, about to walk deeper into the woods, you see 3 companions that you're not really sure if you know who they are, but for some reason you have a familiarity with them. You see a satyr with a lute on his back. Followed closely behind, joking with him, a tiefling with only 1 horn. And finally, a annoyed-looking elf with a whip as they walk into the woods off in the distance. And a little smirk comes over your face as you feel like they're about to go on a really great adventure themselves. And you step through the portal, and now all of you guys are back in the material plane. Ojatai, you get a message almost instantly as you step out. Hey, it's been 27 days now. If you want to come, I got the brews on. I'll get you that journey. So you can talk to Io.
Let's start heading that way.
Do you tell the others?
Yeah, I'll explain it to the others.
Rango, you realize that you are now 30. I think you're like 31 or 32 days late.
I wasn't implying that I would get there that next day.
It's been 32 days.
Okay, I do understand that. I just want to make it clear I never made any promises as far as how long it would be.
So how I just need to know, what is Rango doing right now?
I would say, depending on where we used the portal from, maybe like somewhere just outside the temple or something. At some point, Rango would want to have a conversation with Ojatai, Cormit, and Sersh about valor and how valor is a great threat, and they are making close ties with my family. And I think it's become obvious over the course of our journey that they are a great threat to us all. It's my family now. Next it'll be, control over all of Morden's temples. Next it'll be over this temple. And I aim to do something about it sooner rather than later, because they're only going to grow in strength. My family's organized for me to work closely with them, starting about a month ago. So I'm late to that. Off on a good foot there. I think I have multiple avenues to approach this. I think the deciding factor is your all's involvement.
Well, me and Saoirse, we were supposed to go hit up some of those temples you was telling me about. And, but I'll do whatever this group needs me to do. And if we want to undermine valor, however we want to do it, then I'm all in.
All 4 going after valor. On the way down there, we need to make a stop over. They had a hack.
I kind of want to go on that trip journey. That'd be really cool. We could all go together.
I may have a bit more.
He mentions that all did specifically ask if you would come as well.
Yeah, I think before acknowledging that, like Sersh is like looking at Rango, just with a. It feels selfish, but like, just really like grateful, like smile across his face, and be like, "Whose car are we gonna take?" No, I'm just kidding. He pulls out the wish scroll. I've got some ideas too.
Could be mighty useful.
The temple hopping tour was looking to talk to a few people.
I got some tools too. And you see Cormit reaches in. He's been asking inquisitively about magical stuff.
Yeah.
He's just learning magic. Right now, he's leaning more towards the path of a cleric, like his good buddy Sersha. But he says, I got some tools too. And he pulls out the deck of many things. And he just gives like a head nod.
How did he get his hands on those?
Yeah, I mean, he said he got up for a walk, so he might have just stolen it from me.
Sersh, check your pockets.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sersha,
Two
your-
decks of
your
many
pocket-
things.
I was like,
It's bird poop, just all bird poop in it.
oh man!
In fade to black.
So everybody is agreed to kind of take on Valor and trying to undermine them. But first, we're all going to Hack. So everybody heads over to Hack's cave. Hack has made a special brew of his trip sauce, and you guys have all partaken this time. Rango, you in?
I am in.
You're in.
The trust is built.
You guys take a drink, and you guys go on a little trip. You don't speak to Io, but you get the feeling that Io is going to let you see something that not a lot of people would get to see. You feel yourself in front of the portal that you went to go get the ring originally. You guys feel yourselves walk through the portal again, and you're back in the room that had the two kind of rooms of loot in it, where you fought the Elder Time Dragon. And there before you, you see Kenny appear as he begins transforming into an Elder Time Dragon. As he's the new chosen guardian of the ring, if it shall ever be used again. And now I'll fade to black.
Fuck.
Shit.
Ah, fuck.
Shit, boys.
Oh my
I've been waiting for that one
Hey,
for a long
lads,
time.
well played.
We fucking fought the original Chosen. That's fucking wild.
I wonder.
Oh
Well, now I wonder if the original Chosen was also a dragon, or if no matter what, you just
Right.
Who knows? But
you know Ryan, and we're done. So tell us.
fade to black, and that's the end of the Tales of Terranthrial Core campaign.
Yay!
Holy shit.
Claps to you guys. Y'all did fantastic.
You did
almost
fantastic.
Yeah,
I
was about to
almost
say.
threw in Garb in there at the end for me. But
Oh.
I didn't know if it was acceptable.
What for your little
Yeah,
dream sequence?
I was like, and I see a painting on the back of a man. You must be Garb.
Dude, when you
Wait, old man Kankins, is he dead?
You
He
killed
is
him.
now. He is now.
Got to see his son one more night.
He had a heart attack the next day.
The shock of seeing his son return home.
I knew where he was going with stuff, and I was like, yeah, that's cool. Like, oh yeah, like
Yeah.
harpies are there, that's cool. And then he goes,
Got room for one more?
I was like, he just killed my NPC.
Hey, I
was
thought
like,
I had permission.
Yeah, you're good. Go for it. Shit, man. Hell yeah.
He wasn't that important, right?
Yeah, he
Like
only
started the campaign.
Oh,
Isn't it
God.
suiting that he ends it too? Shit.
Oh, dude. All right, I don't even know where to begin with like a recap of like the campaign, man. I don't even know where to start.
I would like to say a few things that I had been waiting for all of the in character
Sure.
things to be over with. So, and it should be pretty brief, but whenever we were leading up to the fight with Tiamat, I had sent and Ryan said that he wanted to kind of get an understanding of where all of our characters stood.
Yeah.
This is basically the bullet points that I had written up. Rango wants to protect the people he values most. World-ending threats seem to have taken the spotlight in this endeavor. Rango understands the monetary value of investing in relationships, sacrificing lucrative opportunities in the short term for the sake of strengthening a relationship with a powerful ally can pay dividends in the end. Occasionally, there will be the few relationships that break through this superficial barrier. For example, the trio of Tabaxi that Ryan had mentioned, Pesky, Wiley, and Rowley, who had prompted Ringo's search for power to begin with. And then I wrote, if Bane's key corrupts Ojatai, or Gingu becomes evil for whatever reason, Rango will do everything in his power to save them apart from sacrificing himself or others he's invested in. If nothing succeeds and they threaten the well-being of others Rango cares about, Rango will fight them. The death of any of the folks Rango has invested his time in over the course of this campaign would be enough to shatter his worldview. He spent so long chasing the power to protect his investments, his loved ones. Which is it? What's the distinction? And then I put, Rango may actually have a breakdown here, not able to differentiate the two.
Oh no.
If none of the folks Rango has a vested interest in die in these final sessions, Rango will utilize his new tool set however best serves the Golden Circle, currently appearing to be some complicated and shady politics with Valor. And then Mammon's reaction to how things turn out with Bane and Tiamat could redirect Rango depending on the opportunities presented. And Mammon's reaction has presented an opportunity.
I tried to hit all the good points for you.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you hit all of them for the most part. All without the conditional ones, of course, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody died.
I love how Rango's story is so open wide. Like you don't know which path he's gonna take. I like that.
Yeah. Dude, like, if we're taking a quick moment to peel back what we had sent Ryan, like when Rango started like saying like he's gonna focus on Valor and like Bane and stuff, like Search's smile is so genuine because what I sent Ryan was titled Sersha Epilogue, The Bane of the Forge. And it's solely focused, like
I'm
I don't
taking
know,
down Bane.
I don't want to bore you all with it, but yeah, like
Nah, it's not boring. Come on.
Yeah, if you'll indulge me, I guess, that I've been thinking a lot about the personal journey Serge has been on throughout the campaign. When we first arrived in Brandicourt, he was fighting an inner battle of faith. Resolve had been tested on various battlefields with Terranthrial as a combat medic, feeling gratitude for those he could help, but doubt and insecurity around those he couldn't. Tested in his loneliness, alone, nomadic on the road, blah blah blah. But then he met the blokes over the course of the next several months. Each inspired him in his journey of faith and life in different ways. He was given perspective and awareness for others, but most importantly for himself. And this is where, if you remember the heal, the mass heal, the 9th level spell, and the vocational element came from this. From Rango, the gift of commitment. From Ojitai, the gift of discipline. From Gangu, the gift of being present, which I would have probably changed the choice there. But from Kormit, the gift of trust. From Kenny, the gift of patience. From Harpy, the gift of self-love. Day by day, in the smallest ways, these new perspectives helped educate Sersha in both his faith and his life. Blah blah blah. But yeah, as the final moments bear down upon us, I believe this is what Sersha would have in his heart set on next. Understanding more clearly the leadership and direction of Valor, he does not trust their intentions for the people of Brannicore. Their actions and in some cases inaction have played a culpable part in the calamity terrorizing the region. Once the dust settles, I believe Serge will seek out Mountain's gut. He would seek their aid in providing materials and means for his plan, a plan to disrupt Valor's business from the ground up, eventually setting his sights on the tether between Bane and Daddy Valor. It's not that he believes everyone at Valor is corrupt or ill-intentioned, he simply doesn't trust Bane. Not after everything that has led to the release of Tiamat and clear motive to seize control of the region both by occupying Starmount automatons and economic means. He realizes that he does not yet know their true endgame and wants to find out. He would ask Mountain's gut to retrieve the means to create a simulacrum of Serge, one who would lead a team of guerrilla-style disruptions to their supply routes and distribution of goods, while he himself plans to use the wish scroll he still has from Rango. He will wish for a place amongst the Valor ranks, a change in appearance and status to be naturally invited into the room where it happens, only returning to his dwarven form once Bane's influence from the corporation has been severed completely. Yada yada yada.
Inside job.
And arguably, Rango could already be on the inside.
Yeah, yeah. So that's as that started to like play out naturally, like with like the film stuff. I was like, yeah.
Heavily dependent on where Samir, what was the girl's name? So, yeah, heavily dependent on what the fate of Semir was, because she's the only one that I think would be aware of. Well, Bane's probably also aware, and in turn, all of Valor aware.
Yeah, as we long rested.
Yeah.
As we long rested, I purposely prepared, and like with the level 20, I purposely prepared Scrying, and was gonna try to find a time that made sense to maybe like try. I don't have anything from her though, so she would probably make the save, but I'm just curious to see where she would be.
And then I guess with Ojitai, I know you like your character. You were kind of like trying to make a decision between like the temple and like doing your own thing or like with the group, right?
Yeah, I think if we would have stayed to where I was talking with Madresh any longer, it would have been, look, I would love to take over this, position here, but I don't think I can actually stay in this temple away from all these people that are clearly needing help. I can't just sequester myself away from that any longer. My initial plan was to try to start another temple with Kenny.
Well, that
at one point I was wanting to try to start another one, take over or figure out Starmount, and use that as it was already known as a place of knowledge, and so continue that with the stories of what have happened with all of Brannicore. Now that Kenny's gone, that was completely wiped out.
There's a lot of stuff with Kenny that you guys don't really know about. Actually.
I can only imagine.
Kenny's interesting. So, shit. All right, I'll try to I don't want to take up a lot of time, and we can get together and talk about it more. I don't care, but because I know we're kind of getting to the end here, but so when I first started writing this campaign, the whole thing was going into it was basically it was going to be a story about or a campaign built around the fact that all right, you're in a land and there is this kind of people that have kind of somewhat been oppressed and they turn to an evil god to kind of rise up and take back kind of what they feel like is theirs, which would be the kobolds and kind of the dragon folk of the realm. And then an added thing on there was when I first, this is before I even talk to you guys about your characters, Starmount was always going to be a feature in there. They were always going to kind of be doing some shady research stuff. Valor was always going to have a hand in things, and also be kind of shady business people. And I always had them as the ones that had awoken Tiamat. either directly or like indirectly, which is what happened in the campaign, is more indirect. But that was kind of the thing, and so it was going to be basically by the end when I first like was coming up with it, it was like a kind of a thing like, all right, do you either like keep the status quo and kind of defeat the evil and kind of help Mountain's Gut and the people that are living there now? Do you turn towards what's considered the evil side and give the kobolds and help the kobolds somehow and like give them their land back, or do you end up kind of working alongside Valor or trying to work against them in some way? Valor is kind of like this wild card that was like, they weren't the natural like enemy, but like could very easily be made an ally and an enemy, and that could take precedence over Tiamat and all that stuff.
When
I wanted it to be complex.
When we were in Port Branacor and Valor Parliament was there and we had the invitation that we did not accept.
That was going to be kind of, so I'll get to that. So that's at the beginning. So then a lot of stuff changed when I found out Lucas was telling me about Gengu and telling me about like his origin, and I was like, dude, like he was like, yeah, like I was thinking like this area right next to Star Mountain because they're like a bunch of like intelligent people. I was like, that's crazy, because I always had them being like, and then we went into detail, and so that's how we came up with like, because he was like, I don't want Gengu to really have a backstory, like I want it to kind of be like a thing that just kind of like develops as we go, and he basically was just like kind of like a product of like just kind of magic and science, and I was like, dude, that's perfect. I have a place for that, and like it's right below where you want to be at, where you want to start at.
Hell yeah.
And so I was like, that's crazy. So then from there, Starmount changed drastically. So this is still before session 1, but like they were like, all right, now this is like the evil corporation, like the research people that's been doing a lot of stuff. So then they became a super big power, because originally it was going to be kind of like they got some weird research going on there. There's stuff going on. I don't even think the automatons were like a thing until Gengu, and then I started writing them into that, and I was like, oh yeah, the automatons like being a big force is like another cool enemy to have. So back to you with the thing with Valor. So my world has always been, when I did this campaign, I wanted to be the truest form of open world player choice. Y'all can do whatever you want as possible. So a little bit less at the end just because I got busy, but at the beginning of it, I literally, like, I could show you my notes for like River March, for example. Like I try to think of every outcome possible based on what you guys did. Like, for example, there. And so at the beginning when I planned the campaign, yeah. So no, but I like the way I did that. Literally, if I just got super busy. So by the end of it, it was a little bit more, a lot of stuff kind of off the, like, probably there was a good few sessions where I didn't really have a whole lot of notes, and I just kind of knew what was happening and like would rewatch what was going on and knew where I'd already written my NPCs and kind of what they were doing and what the factions were doing, and then whatever happened, I would just kind of react off what you guys were doing. That was more probably towards the end of things, probably up until we got into, it was probably from after the automaton battle up into whenever you guys went into the like got in Dragon's Back Mountain, when you guys like fought those 3 dragons up on the hill. Probably everything in between there was a little bit like off the cuff a little bit for me. But for the most part, I literally would like write down plans for everything, for like every little thing that happened.
Did you have a scenario if we joined one of the criminal gangs in Rivermarch?
Yeah, like I had NPCs and like, let me see if I can't find, yeah, River March.
Which gang would we have joined?
Which gang would you
we totally would have usurped the Balls gang, dude.
Yeah. Tony Balls, dude.
Because I basically had like all their like reasonings and stuff like for what they were looking for.
Yeah.
And then there was people in that town that you guys never interacted with. Like there was like a holy church of Arathis with the Father Elnor.
Oh shit.
And he was like, he knew about the Markals from the beginning, but you guys never talked about him. So like you guys could have found out about their evil thing with Tiamat way earlier.
Yeah.
Like I had like so much like shit. But so that being said, so Valor, there was a couple, like y'all could have just went straight to Thiasgard, which is where Valor is, and talked to them immediately. You guys could have done a little bit more talking with people in Star Mountain, found out. But so Port Branacor was the highest detailed which sucks because you spent. But
Yeah.
I spent because that was like a long break that we had for that one,
Mhm.
and I spent 2 weeks straight every night coming home from work and working on a Word document and a map and like stuff for it. Like here, hold on.
Damn.
I want to
Fuck.
see. I want to see if I can.
Screen share the Word document.
Yeah.
What happened to Arcades? When did Arcades die? I'm blanking.
One of them, he died off screen.
Off screen death.
Screen death.
It happens.
Oh,
So
okay,
this
okay,
is like,
okay.
This is like Port Brandicore, and I have more notes in a notebook somewhere. But this is Port Brandicore, like the first page, and like this is like the different areas and like NPCs.
Oh my
and,
gosh.
Bro, let
Yeah,
me
yeah,
introduce you to
yeah,
a city.
yeah.
Up here was like more like River March stuff. Here, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
change.
we didn't do any of that.
Let me change.
Where? So, Ryan, what are some of the like?
I don't know if y'all can see this at the bottom. These are the different,
Jesus
like,
Christ,
Love
Ryan.
Background on fleek, by the way.
Beautiful.
Dude, my computer is so framey right now. Dude, yeah, the background's sick. But and this isn't even
God
this
damn
isn't
it.
even all the. Hold on. Let me. I have this folder.
I thought you were about to say about the background. This isn't even the whole thing.
No.
He was just gonna scroll down.
He's fully nude. He's fully nude.
I have that.
Oh, you know it.
I have like 4 notebooks over here with stuff like, and that's what I was telling Lucas when we were going over his end game was like, dude, I'm so unorganized because like I just write down shit and like, because we and we'll go more into that in a little bit. But anyways, back to what you're saying. So start with Starmount, or not Starmount, with it was this one with Port Brandicore. So that there was like a lot of
shit.
I was fully planning on you guys being there for quite a while, like at least like a good like.
Not Abadar's replenishing flask.
Somebody has that. I don't know which one of you guys got
Yeah,
that.
I've got that.
Yeah. So basically, when you guys got there, like you guys walked in, and there was the dude that like kind of like, I think his name was Felix. I'm pretty sure.
There was like a
Or
bunch
not
of
Felix.
guards. Like,
Yes,
Yeah.
but there was one. Yeah, Felix Cavill. No, it was Locust. Locust was the guy. That was the guy with like the scar on his face that brought you in. He was like, he had a whole quest line where you guys were gonna help people get in that needed to get in. Like it was like a whole thing I'd planned out. There was a thing with the Sergeant Mape, head of the guard, basically trying to like train up the troops and like have them like go on expedition. Like this was like the closest thing to like a video game city. I was like, this, in my mind, I was like, just side quests, like so many side quests. So one of those calls to action though was actually your that letter to go, and that was like going to be my official introduction of Valor. And like, because at that point, like you guys knew about Tiamat, you guys had went through the False Hydra, and I was like, this should be like a really big like oh shit, like this has been going on behind our backs.
Yeah.
Totally ignore that. Got the kobolds to Orkandi and went with them, and then so I was like, damn dude, I was like, I still need to hit him with something, and that's how I got the mind flayers in. And that because that Orkandi wasn't even like a thing in the campaign, obviously in the beginning. And then you guys decided to go there with the thing. So then we stopped that session. So I spent like a week basically because we took like a week off again. I was like, dude, I got to think of something. So that's when I came up with the idea of Valor and Starmount kind of branching out and like trying other experiments. And honestly, that helped me write a lot of stuff with like in-game stuff, and like Valor is like a deeper thing. And that's how I started getting into writing Terranthrial as like a wider world. And so Ivester kind of came from y'all going to Orkandi a little bit, and because I was like, Valor has hands in a lot of stuff, so like Ivester, and I don't want to get that too much into that one, but because it's still something I would like to do. But anyways, so yeah, you guys, that was a call to action. You were gonna go there, and actually there, did I stop sharing my screen? I'm still
No,
there,
no.
right?
No, you should.
So
Did I see Dorian? Did I see Dorian Longbottom or Longfellow? Yeah, there he is. Yeah. I still have 2 locks of his hair in my inventory.
So Order the Ipswich. Those are the people that you guys basically helped. But if you see a little name here,
Oh my god.
Because you guys never walked into him, so I was like, I'm gonna use him for something.
Okay.
Neil Wexler was an NPC in this campaign that you guys never did anything with. The Artisan Village. This is where you guys did Gangu stuff.
Jamel Vandowski.
Powerful Wizard. He was doing stuff with Starmount. Valor Corps. This is where you guys would have met Lanson.
Oh wow.
Siamir. I changed the names because Echinovi was such an annoying name to say, and so this.
Oh, you just switched them.
Yeah, the names were different because you guys never met him. Sog Narglug Gulg was gonna be this like brute fucking dude that you guys never met either, and I was so happy. I was like excited for you guys to meet this guy. Like he was gonna be sick. But
Can you give us just a brief taste of the voice acting of Sog Naru?
Sog, dude, I don't even know. He was like an orc, dude. Yeah.
Sog.
But yeah, you guys are gonna basically meet these people, and like that was gonna be like, oh shit, like Valor or something we might gotta kind of worry about or like decide what we're gonna do with them. Never happened. So, and I kind of outwrote all that stuff and then saved it for later at the end of the campaign. Because there
was a lot of moments where like it was brought up of Valor's a problem, but we just kept going like, but Tiamat is so much more of a problem right now.
Yeah,
that we're just fuck it, we'll deal with that later.
Yeah.
And when I designed the campaign, that was my idea. It was like there's always going to be this third kind of faction that you don't really know what's going on, but you guys can kind of choose and do. They're going to do their own thing. I like my worlds to be like they are alive when you guys aren't interacting with them. So because like you guys didn't do stuff, that meeting was all about like the problems going on with Starmount, and like you were gonna find out about like how like there's like a backstory with like McKean kind of like letting out some like demons, and Talmud Var like came and was like meddling and shit, and like that's how like the undead thing was like kind of set up to happen. That was always gonna end up happening there. But then you guys like kind of came in and destroyed, and then that happened on top of that. So there was like a whole like thing that you were gonna kind of find. That was the whole meeting was about like, hey, how are we gonna do stuff with Starmount? Like, how are you gonna utilize their tools, and then kind of blame them whenever shit starts going wrong? It was gonna be like a very, and because your family was already kind of starting to talk with them behind the back. That's why you got the letter, because it was always like. You were invited.
Yeah.
And at that point, you guys weren't really
on bad terms with Valor.
Within,
right?
Because you guys had.
But what if Gangu strolled into that freaking meeting? Like that would. I feel like that would have sent the Valor people for a spiral, dude.
It would have, because there was also a secondary quest line with this Erhan's Tower, Hankrup Erhan. Because he was going to be at the meeting. He's an agent of Starmount. He would have been like, oh shit, I know what Gangu is.
Oh wow.
And he knows what Orlo is. We need to get that guy because he's got a lot of secrets. And like that was going to be a whole thing. So there was a lot of stuff that got dodged by you guys not going there.
What do you think? So I feel like that would have been a very big branching moment, where like the campaign would have taken a very big narrative shift. What other like decisions or moments can you think of where
Kenny was huge.
Yeah.
Once again,
like hypothetically, what path do you think we would have ran down, had we not saved Kenny?
So what was going to happen with Kenny? Kenny was always this, basically kind of think of him as like, I forget where I got the idea from him. There's a story or something, but basically it's like this, like he was a tool of absolute power in like Destiny Shift. They kind of knew what Kenny was to people of Tiamat, what he was kind of meant to be, and they were going to manipulate him to kind of work for Tiamat. So he was going to be like an evil boss. Like
wait. Do you mean they knew that he was going to be the chosen one?
Right.
Not necessarily chosen one. They didn't really understand.
But there's like some Destiny link.
There's a nexus of Destiny around him.
Got it.
That was and
so they wanted to influence that.
Right.
That's why he was like underneath the cave, kind of trapped. Like whereas the other dragons are kind of working for Tiamat. Like that one was like very secluded, like protected, like with these like weird, crazy mind. Because that was where all the mind control shit was going on.
Right. They had already
started.
Was like
a manipulative thing there with him.
Yeah.
So the easiest way for that to branch off is you all went back there after, I think, because you all didn't originally go in that cave.
Right,
You went in
yeah.
there, and then you were like, "Oh shit, this shit's fucked. Let's back out." I think it was after River March, maybe.
Yes. I
You
think
guys
so.
went there first, went deeper, came out, and then went to the swamp, if I remember correctly. After that, but there was like a weird,
More
like,
or less, yeah.
yeah, because Kenny was always down there. It's just until you guys went down there and found him. So that was like very much like a that doesn't happen. Like
Yeah.
Kenny is like a evil individual through the campaign. So that was a huge one. Other branching moments. You actually, let me see if I can pull up.
Was there a chance?
wonder what that
you
would've-
killed Talmud Var outside of the Hydra Cave, or was she always gonna get away?
You guys could have killed her there.
That would have been pretty wild.
Yeah, that would have been very different. Every NPC, I never try to like make it to where you can't just kill somebody.
Is Samira alive?
I had her
TBD.
dead.
Whoa, really?
I had her as dead. Like she.
Let's
yeah.
go.
Like she?
Let's
Wait,
fucking
But-
go. But the
what?
The
book.
big thing with that, the book is the big
She
thing with
took
that.
the book with her, like into the lava or into the hells.
Yes. And that
Yeah,
does
but-
not destroy the book.
It does
I was
not.
gonna say I remember seeing a thing for that where one of the
Damn, I wish I would have
Even if
scried on
it's
it, dude.
somehow destroyed, it will like manifest itself in another book
Yeah.
over time.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
it like can't
Like
be,
there's no way to get rid of it.
Yes. So it would
That's
come
spooky.
back. So all right, with the book, I don't know how much I want to say because a lot of it's tied to Ivysaur, which takes place
Before.
Ivysaur is like a prequel.
It's like a prequel, right?
Like,
Yeah.
Like before.
Hundreds of years.
Like this is before people knew Brandicore exists.
Yeah. Well then, well then, what's happening after has nothing to do with that, dude.
It very much does because what Ojitai could unlock
Hey.
with what you guys could have let unlock if he gave the sword away. What was behind that door
Yeah.
was big, and
Yeah.
it was gonna be like a little teaser. Oh man, it was an individual named Rignu's too.
Right. I was about to
Who
say,
Rignu
Rignu
is-
had to be in there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, who Rignu is, you guys don't really know, but has a lot to do with Ivysaur.
I
And
was gonna say if that's the case, I am perfectly fine with not hearing any of that.
yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
So
Right.
I'll leave more information about that in the book and stuff like that out. So I kind of have the map pulled up. This
Yeah,
the
we
woodlands over here.
never visited
Yeah,
there.
pretty much like all over here. This kind of like little area.
Or Thighsguard. I don't think we ever
Yeah,
went there. either.
Thighsguard.
Yeah.
I had a whole section written up. That was gonna be. It's a really posh city, but there's like a rebellion kind of like it's kind of like rich versus poor, kind of
Mhm.
like Robin Hoodish.
Yeah.
Where it's like natural people of like Brandicore kind of got taken over by Valor there, and so like it's like a very rich
Mm.
city, and I designed it with it on the river. It was going to be kind of like Venice, and so it was going to be a
Oh,
little
very
bit
cool.
like an Assassin's Creed Brotherhood type feel, where you guys are working with this like trying to
Very
figure
cool.
out like take out
Okay.
elites and stuff like that. And I kind of had the idea for this like Italian type feel for that city. Never went there, unfortunately. This Einrich's Woods was kind of like this was like a weird portion of Brandicore where like people just go and end up dead, so nobody. It just kind of was like this like isolate. It's like on this side of the river, everybody stayed away from it. Like nobody went there and survived really. It's kind of like this. There's gonna be like a lot of like monster fighting and like weird kind of deep lore stuff with Brandicore. I didn't go too in detail with it because we like
Mm.
a lot of stuff. I didn't go into too much detail until I knew we were going in that direction. Like
Right.
I don't have a lot of lore with Northhold, because we never went that way. So with Northhold, there's not really too much lore. But like after River March, I kind of like asked like, what's next? And then you guys were like, oh yeah, I think we'll go south. I was like, all right, Thighsguard, Dogsworm Swamp, Starmount. Like I need to have all that stuff.
Fucking swamp, dude.
Dude.
Dude, were you like so
the
freaking
swamp.
excited when we decided to go to the swamp? Because I feel
Uh,
like you loved playing the NPCs in the swamp.
The swamp
Bumfuck nowhere.
the swamp was there is a D&D podcast that I listened to called like NAD Pod, and they had it's sort of similar to this one and how Ivester will be in like it's not the same campaign, but their whole thing was is I guess kind of like what would you call it? Like how Left 4 Dead like where it's like the campaign title and then it's like whatever like the little catchphrases underneath it. The catchphrase for theirs was like the campaign before like after the campaign. So basically some shit went down. There's these heroes that basically changed the world and then they went away and now shit's going down again and they basically need to go out and find these heroes. But there is one of the NPCs is from a swamp literally called like the creek. It was like but she called it the crick. But anyways, like I took a lot of influence from there because like they're
Hell
like
yeah.
a lot of the NPCs from their campaign. I didn't steal an NPC, but like the idea of a swamp is just because like my thing is, and like Scotty kind of caught at one point, I like kind of Monty Python type humor and like just like really goofy stuff. I can get into the serious, but like I like the humorous stuff, and so the swamp was always like,
Oh yeah,
You could
him
really
getting
lean into it.
bashed, or our
Like-
boy getting absolutely just
By the
leveled
fucking
in front of,
tail.
like, oh
Yes.
dude, that
and
was
then like
fucking
going
hilarious.
back and like having to explain, and then like his brother, like he was like an idiot, and his brother was like his well-read, like, oh,
Yeah.
my brother, I can't believe you let my brother die. Now I will be depressed and have to think about how to burn down these trees. And like, yeah, so like, yeah, the swamp was super fun. Let's see, False Hydra. That was right at the end of the swamp. We were coming to the end, and I was
Yep.
like, I need to like figure out what the next arc was. I was like, I don't want to go straight from the swamp to Port Brandicore. I was like, I need something in between. And then I watched a bunch of videos about False Hydra, and I was like, that would be really fucking cool. And so then I was like, we'll do that. We'll do the False Hydra thing. And then the way that the swamp ended with you guys coming out onto the beach and like it was kind of bright light thing, I was like, this is perfect cutoff point.
It is.
So swamp was also the first time, and I think one of the only times where we basically ended the session in like 20 minutes. Because you guys like lured the bully
we cheesed the
Oh,
fuck
yeah.
out of the Bully King encounter. Yeah.
We ended the
I
session.
remember we
Ended
got
the
to
session.
end of it, and it was like, all right, well, we can like have a dream sequence where we can just
Like
go to
the
actual
like the
fight.
thought bubble of Gingu and Search. Like, holy shit, what if we fought him?
Yeah.
And the only reason that happened is because I knew the False Hydra was next. I was like, I can't start that. One, I need more time to get a little bit more ready. But two, that needs to be like we ended the last session. It's like, how the hell did we end up here? Like,
Right.
It was not like a middle session change. So I was like, and like,
dude,
there's been other times where you guys went way off script or like killed somebody or did something. I was like, shit, I'm gonna improvise like 2.5 hours of gameplay. And there is a lot of times of that, honestly. But that
can you remember
I couldn't
any specific?
Me going to the Fae. Like,
I mean, oh fuck. Well, how did?
I mean, you had time to think about it, but you had to think about it in a week or two.
Yeah. That's why I chose the Fae, which also I did a little nod to.
Yeah, that was cool.
Oh yeah.
I picked up on it.
Yeah.
I picked up on it.
Sigmund, Remy, and Drakkar, dude.
Let me,
Jesus Christ.
Let me go through my encounters. I will be able to tell you off my encounters alone, which I have an insane amount of encounters.
Oh my god.
Oh, I saw Baron Cave, dude. The OG.
The OG, dude.
OG.
Dude, look at these dates. Look at the dates. Look at the dates. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like there's stuff that like did y'all ever
No.
with Vladimir? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
This is Port Brandicore stuff.
Not deadly.
Yeah, deadly.
This is never mind. This is Starmount stuff. Yeah, dude, you all were supposed to go into the portals with Henry McKean, and like there was supposed to be a whole Shadowfell like thing, and it was where Genghis' parents were gonna come into it a little bit, and that's why I had to do the letter because I had the parents written out, and I was like, dog, like that is a big lore moment for Gengar. Like I have to figure out a way. So then I was like, I made the elite team already. And I was like,
you know that letter.
Yeah, they just fucking know.
That letter is what shaped everything.
like for the end and stuff with Gengu.
From that point, I got the letter and forward.
Yeah,
The narrative was set in stone.
I knew it was, but you were supposed to find all that out in like the Shadowfell. It was that, and you all never went. And I was like, so this entire time I was like, dude, Gengu's got to find out about his family and all that stuff. And I was like, I don't know how to do it. And then so that elite squad, and I was like, yeah, sure. One of them's from Northold, and like his great grandfather knew Gengu's dad.
Yeah.
What is Corrid's brought with Julep?
Well, we encountered Jewel about outside of Orlo's place with the
the fucking raw. Okay.
Because this y'all fought Orlo.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck's a Corrid?
Did you all fight an assassin in Starmount?
I don't think so.
That was a whole thing.
There was a thing where like we were in
It was like a hidden
room
passage
that they
y'all's
put
room.
us in.
Yes.
Yeah, and there was a hidden passageway where they tried to get the jump on us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's Hammer Squad. That was how Gengu found about the lore. Because you guys didn't go to Starmount the first time you guys went. It was when I was like Kinder McKean and all that stuff was happening. You guys never did nothing. And you kind of were like, yeah, he's a bad guy. We're not talking to him anymore. I was like,
Yeah.
like,
Sick.
Wait,
so
why are some of these 4 level 11s and some of them are 5 level 11s?
This is because
Maybe
the
some
way
of
That's the
encounters-
Fae stuff, right?
the
Oh,
way
I
the
see. Yeah,
encounters-
Julep got added.
So when I run the encounters, it looks like this for me.
Right.
Right.
So yeah, Julep was just
Gotcha, yeah. Rengo was still in
also-
there.
Also, the monster that killed Gengu had a baby, and you all used a teleportation circle. You guys were originally supposed to be on this SS Tempest and have like a ship battle against basically the child of the thing that killed Gengu.
Well, okay, but the thing that was in that cavern, was that the thing that...
Yes,
I like to think it was, yeah.
it was that, and I wanted, because once again, that was a Gengu moment for him to have like a flashback kind of, and like this was like I was really Gengu centric right here in this little area, and then everything got delayed from being Gengu centric and having to push it back a little further.
We were gonna fight the Hulk?
We went
No,
on that
no.
ship, right? Didn't we like walk onto that ship and then?
Yeah, you guys.
There was a ship like out.
He was a captain.
Yeah,
and he was like, "Yeah, whenever you're all ready."
We were like, we can just fucking circle.
we
Yeah.
just circle there. Yeah.
That was part of the Star Spawn, which were the guys that were coming out of the portal. The mind flayers are like scared shit.
Yeah, the BFG division.
Yeah.
That was the Doom
Yes.
theme music.
Yeah.
Whatever
And so this.
Dude,
was
remember when
all-
Gingu almost died to mind flayers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That was all right. The other thing about this campaign, there was a few choice times when I made an encounter happen, and it started going really south for you guys, and I was like, "Oh, I gotta play dumb, and I gotta act like they're not knowing they're about to kill these guys." That was one of them, because the mind flare. First of all, I can tell you were like it was miserable for you because every time you tried to do something, you got stunned.
Yeah, but say me and Gengu weren't even really in that fight.
And there was a point.
We couldn't pass the
With
intelligence
the
save
mind
to save
flayers
our
were-
life.
Yeah, at least 2 of us were out of the fight.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit of improv on me. When you guys got kind of taken prisoner and forced to fight the Star Spawn, that wasn't originally a thing. But you guys were so fucked up. I was like, why would they not just kill them right now? And I was like, because there's something else that they're more scared of that they don't want to fight themselves. I was like, perfect, that worked. So,
Dude, I remember when that got revealed.
But through that, that's how you guys found like the portal, cubic gate, and all that stuff. So like all
Cubic
that kind
Gate
of
was one of my
The cubic gate as an item was an insane game changer.
yes.
Yeah.
That crafted
Didn't
so
we
much of the
also
story.
Didn't we miss like
Yeah, he said
multiple magical items in that room?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So the other thing I have, y'all can't see it. I have a whiteboard right here, and it was kind of
Wait,
crazy.
Ryan.
Like,
Can we see the whiteboard?
erased.
Ah, fuck.
that's what I was gonna say. So there's been stuff up there that has been up there for, I'm not even lying, like 2.5 years. That,
Wow.
I just written down. And like stats and just random things. And so today I got to erase it all, and that was like because I would literally come in here and like do stuff and like just see the same stuff on there. So I came like while we were going through Gengu stuff because I had already done it earlier.
You were taking. I saw you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm just gonna erase that real quick. And so I was sitting there. I was like, damn, it's clear now. This was. Go ahead.
I'll have you guys know, Gengu didn't have a single gold coin the entire campaign.
Yeah.
Not a
You gave all
single.
your money to
You're saying
Rangu
that.
like the first session, right?
Yeah, it was just my theme. It was the thing, like
Yeah.
just giving everything to Rango because he seemed to like him and I didn't understand him. And I only had like 15 items in my inventory the entire campaign, and they were the most pivotal magic items in the entire thing. Like deck of many things,
Cubic Gate,
Orcus,
Yeah.
wand.
Oh my god, the wand of Orcus. Like that had to be kind of a crazy narrative moment too, right? When that thing popped out of Bump Gartlinker's fucking machine.
Dude, that was.
And like
So, and that's why I like the way that I ran my game. Was like, I was like, I want to be as far away from Railroad as possible, and that's why, like, when I came into it, Bonmet wasn't a thing. IO wasn't a thing originally. Like, there was so much stuff that wasn't a thing. Like, probably even halfway through the campaign, but it was like working with you guys, letting you guys make choices, and then you guys would do stuff, and then it would either be like I have to solve a problem for like lore reasons, or you guys would inspire me to be like, oh, that'd be really cool. So like when you guys ran from T-Mod originally in that first fight, and you guys decided to run.
when she appeared to us in Starmount?
Yes.
Or
yes.
okay.
No, not in Starmount. In,
right, the
up north.
airship.
That was
yeah,
Rock
yeah.
Cash and Starmount, I think.
Well,
Yeah,
it was
it
T-Mod
ended
and
up
Rock.
being-
Very first time.
We
Okay,
talked
okay.
to we talked to
that
Matt.
that I think is where there was like a shift where we like it was still like kind of like a running in the background for us, but that's like where Valor became like, oh fuck, because that's when she slipped to us that like, hey, some deity is fucking puppeteering Valor. Think about
Yeah.
that, and then like poof, gone. like what?
IO and stuff like that came from the fact like I needed more information about the dragons and like Tiamat, because I was like, it's not enough for Tiamat just to be evil, and I was like, I need some more stuff. So then I started doing some Googling, found out about IO and all that stuff with the family thing. This was
We're gonna fight Leonidas,
dude.
Yeah.
Also, if you ever get the chance to go through like people's like creations that they made, because you can share them on here, some fan like the most like either fucked up weird shit or like great stuff. Because I seen this and I was like, why would somebody make Leonidas? And I like started looking through it. I was like, dude, there's a lot of shit in here that's like really fun, like that you could use like for like a fight. And I was like, okay. Here is like more stuff that's happening in Port
Wait,
Manticore.
we could have fought Tuctril.
I saw that somewhere in there.
Oh yeah.
We could have fought the priest of the temple. No.
Not the Justice Hammer of Moradin, bro.
I also like having like just in case stuff happens. So I have a lot of stat sheets for people that like are more than likely never gonna happen.
He's like, if one of these guys goes off the rail and becomes a murder hobo for a day, I'm gonna be ready.
I am prepared.
Oh, there's Talmud Var's stat sheet.
Yeah. Cause
Hey,
this
the magic bean print. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like, dude, I almost used those beans in the Tiamat fight. I was gonna throw them down on the ground and do the explosion.
Rip. There's Oswald.
Okay, yeah, there he is.
R.I.P.
Yeah, this was all.
Gormit the Gunslinger, dude. There he was.
I remember in the swamp there was this like giant creature that everyone feared.
Here it is.
Right.
Here it is. This is it.
Rektog the Swamp Ape.
Rektog the Swamp Ape.
Sea Swamp.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was this. And at this point, you guys were like level 6, I think. So this was
Yeah,
like,
we're
for you,
pretty level.
that was gonna be like a fight.
Mossy Swamp Ape, dude. I got polymorph at some point and was like constantly like looking for opportunities to polymorph, and Mossy Swamp Ape sat on the list.
Hey.
For a while.
I don't know why this was here.
You Rex. Just
Just
in
gotta live
case.
it out
Oh,
sometimes.
was there more like lore surrounding not Moonrise, sorry. Uh
Moonshine.
yeah, Moonshine, the witch.
So Moonshine, that was so the name, not the NPC the way she acted, but the name is literally the name of one of the characters of that D&D. It was like a nod to
Yeah.
that podcast that I liked.
Yeah.
The way she acts totally different. Like it is still like a kind of witchy type person, but like totally different. Like not like that. So Moonshine, as far as lore stuff, the Wish Scroll was originally gonna be kind of the tool that the ring ended up being.
Uh-huh.
Because I didn't decide on that until a little later. So that was gonna be that tool. But there was you. What was the connection that you made? Because it was pretty spot on. You said something. Do you remember? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like we were talking about it one day. But it had something to do with like, does she have anything that I think it was like, does she have anything to do with like the Wish Girl? Does like have anything to do with like Talmud Var and like Tiamat and stuff like that?
There was a point where when she saw Kenny,
Yes.
she
Yes.
said something like, well, which side are you gonna choose?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, right. That's what it was.
That's
Because
what it was.
yes, because after the Vision quest,
Mm-hmm.
I just happened to be watching, or maybe it was before the Vision quest, but I just remember like Moonshine and that whole interaction was just a lot of fun.
Yes.
So that was
Mhm.
like one of the sessions I went back just one night
Yeah.
bullshitting around
Yeah.
and just
And you
watched.
caught on
And
some stuff.
and then after the Vision quest happened, I was like, wait, Moonshine like acted weird with Kenny, if I remember right. Yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So she had an interaction with the chick. So like, remember, this is the other thing. I wrote down Harpy's mom's name somewhere. Cannot find it.
Oh
I have
shit, yeah.
no idea where I wrote it down because she was always Talmud Var to me. But I was like, she needs a name, so I was like, I just jotted down a name. I
Mm.
said it in a session. Don't know which session I
Uh,
said it.
Talia?
I think it is Talia. I think
Yeah.
it is Talia. So Talia, she remember Harpy dies. She leaves trying to figure out some shit.
Yeah.
First
I
place
kind
she
of gave a
goes.
prequel to it a little bit.
Right. Yes. So that was always a thing. She always was going to be Talmud Var and all that stuff, and you added a little bit more to the information for that. But because Harpy was always like her kid, like went into the portal and died. The way that he died, though, in my thing, was going to be found out with Henry McKean. He was like his partner in there, and he died on like an expedition. So that would have changed Gengu's lore. So, retrospect, glad that didn't happen because that worked out better for the way that he was kind of used up. But anyways, first he went to the swamp, had some questions about stuff, and kind of talked about, she knew about Tiamat and stuff like that, but Swamp was closer, went there, kind of talked about stuff. And she is also super tied to like the Feywild.
Moonshine is?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in the Feywild is
Is
really
she
mystical.
essentially a hag? Essentially, kinda, but not really.
Yeah, kinda, sorta. She's kind of like an evil Tristani.
Okay.
This weird mythical creature that just knows stuff, or
Yeah,
person that just
yeah,
knows stuff. So she was kind of like this all-knowing a little bit, like, but like almost like somebody there for the entertainment of everything. Like she was
yeah,
like, I'm just gonna watch everybody screw
Chaos.
stuff out. And yes,
yeah.
very much
Kind of
chaotic
agent of
person.
chaos,
Yes,
who
very
just
much
has access to the multiverse. By the way.
Yeah.
Also a bit of many things.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you didn't answer this or if I even asked or if it was only like something that a presented Ringo was thinking on, but like what was Kenny's wish? Or did you say because of impact?
So that one I can't know. So I can't tell you. So Kenny's wish was basically to eliminate Bahamut and Tiamat, because like from his perspective, he was always torn between the two. Like his whole life. They banished them and both still managed to come back. And like his eyes both managed to still come back and like destroy the world again. Obviously Tiamat started it, Bahamut got super involved. And that was another thing. Oh, I don't know if I should say this because stuff might.
Don't.
Oh no, I want to.
Mhm.
I don't know if there will be a campaign with Valor that takes place after this? Like, because y'all's characters would be involved, but y'all are already level 20, so I don't know if that would take place.
19.
Yeah.
Matter to me.
I'll say it's not that big of a deal. So I wrote it down somewhere, and originally it was going to work this way, but then something happened where it didn't. I think it was the fact that you guys completely mistrusted. God, I have so many NPC names. The Celestial.
Oh,
yeah.
Impy Royce. You guys completely mistrusted Impy Royce. Valor.
Yeah, because he was
Valor-
trying to impose
What-
his
what-
will on our shit. Dude.
Yeah, what do you mean we
Yes.
mistrusted him?
No, like you guys immediately like.
We're like, we don't trust
correctly
this
were
guy.
Like, yes.
Okay.
Which was correct. The Valor twins were going to get involved a little bit earlier, and they were very much wanting the fight to continue for Bahamut to come down, and they were going to try to somehow manipulate Tiamat and Bahamut. I won't go into detail about that, but manipulate to where they have control over both the good and evil dragons. And basically, the whole point of Branacor was not to just control Branacor, but to get these gods that were in different planes and expand Bane's plane, like influence those planes as well. It was like a deeper thing, and so the best way to do that was to pull them out of their like homes, kind of.
Right.
Almost
Pull
like,
them to
yeah,
the material
using
plane
the
so that they're
power
weaker.
Vacuum of their
Apply the
manipulation.
manipulation, then they go back to their home planes. Now he's got subjects in those planes.
Yes, exactly. So they knew about, they had done their research, because like the whole thing with Bane is like control power kind of thing. So they, through Starmount expeditions, found about Tiamat and the tomb and all that stuff, and they're like, oh shit, like this is a god, like we could try to figure out a way to bring back. And so they started influencing the kobolds and like kind of propagating them. Kenny was like a dragon egg that was like basically hadn't been like hatched. It was like kind of like this mummified dragon egg from like that time, and they like found a way to expedite the process and kind of like, this is all stuff that's not written down. But
So what you're telling us is that there's an egg out there now.
Not necessarily.
Well, what did Kenny wish for?
Okay, I was getting to that. Kenny wished for basically both of those deities to like cease existence,
Wow, shit.
and like it was like a crazy wish.
Like never to have existed.
No.
Or just cease. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
So like it wouldn't change the reality of like their followers and stuff outside of like their god just being gone.
Right. Yeah. So
Yeah.
like they still have faith and stuff like that, but like people would like lose abilities and like things like
I was gonna
like,
say that would be wild for if like Saoirse was a cleric of Bahamut or something.
Right,
as soon as that spell would have gone off, or
level
wished,
0, baby.
Like, damn, you are no longer a cleric.
So wait, Bahamut is there's also a power vacuum in the Celeste.
It's just not known.
And like all of the fucking dragon elders that worship Bahamut, do they not know?
Nobody really.
That's why I asked, like, if the reality like shifts.
Yeah,
from the
nobody.
wish.
Yeah, and like it's still early on, but eventually, like that would have like a great like impact, and like
because there's got to be clerics
really
in Orkandi, clerics
Right,
of
yes,
Bahamut,
yeah.
so they'll
like,
feel the.
That was gonna have like a huge impact, and the reason Kenny made the wish that he did is, like I said, his thought process was, we banished them before they came back,
right?
And under a lot of pressure of all that stuff,
fucking power vacuums.
I thought about it a long time. I was like, what would Kenny wish for? And I try to think about it as like a player, which, by the way, Chosen One was always going to be pretty much from like mid game to the end. It was going to either be Gangu or Kenny.
Yeah.
But Lucas made it pretty known that he did not want Gangu to do that. So then it was Kenny, because Kenny was originally going to always be that. And then the more I thought about Gangu, I was like, Gangu is a very neutral individual, and like
he's about as true neutral as it gets.
Yeah.
If Rango had been given the opportunity to make that wish, I don't think that he would have had any happy outcome. Like even Like
That's the
it,
thing. It's
I said that Rengo's like dwelling on what Kenny's wish was, and like if he knew this, then like obviously Mammon explained that there's a power vacuum down there, so he knows that at the bare minimum he wished Tiamat out of existence, but which opens a power vacuum that he was worried about when contemplating what the wish should be. But for there also to be one in the celestial plane, fuck.
And so the big thing is though, is that Valor still got their outcome in a way if they want to take advantage of it. They just don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
God damn it.
Also, by the way, very much so, Cormit is torn between working for Mammon and taking the job that was given to you and Sersha.
That was a thing that I mentioned to Cole at one point of when Cormit took that shot that took out all 5 heads. He said it was all like according to Mormon.
Yeah, which is like a hybrid.
Yeah.
That's like a perfect halfway point between Mammon
that's
and
so
Moradin.
funny.
He
that's
was
so
very
good.
much torn between. So Cormit was always jealous of like magical power. Cormit was a very useless individual, basically, and he was always kind of the outcast and always getting bullied, and like very much an outcast. Like he was a grung, but he was never in with the grungs. He wasn't a bullywug, so he's not with the bullylugs. The grungs are like slavers in that area, so like none of the regular. So he was a very much just outcast. That like nobody liked him. So he went to Moonshine and was like, "Yo, like I heard you're powerful. Like, can you give me some magic ability?" And like she was like, "Yeah, they'll give you a weapon of ultimate destruction." And like she was like, "Okay, dope." And so he got it, and then basically made some deal with him. I don't think I got into too much detail.
Yeah, but to say that, I think that has always been kept.
Yeah, and I don't think I got too much into detail what the deal was. I would have wrote some stuff down if it became a bigger thing, but it never did.
Yeah.
I think the only other thing with that we knew was Cormit immediately like went back on his side of the deal, and so that's why she sent us to try to kill him.
Exactly. Yes. But he was always kind of looking for that magic power to like he was likes magic. Like there was like something he spent a lot of time alone, would like just be in awe of magic. Like he would see people come by and like do magical shit, and so he was like, magic's dope. So like when he found you guys too, and like you all were like talked to him, and he was like, that's like at the end. That's why he was like, yeah, Cormit the Wise, like the magician, like that was his whole like arc, kind of like he was always kind of looking for that. Also, Cormit is an NPC for the only fact that I found him on a like somebody created him.
Yeah, the image, like his.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, like somebody created his.
Oh, I got you.
Because I have
his stat block.
His stat block in here, which remain unchanged, other than a weapon.
Wait, did he level up with us at all?
No, never did. So
I was gonna say he had like no hit points.
Yeah, this is Cormit. This is Cormit's.
The Grung Gunslinger.
Yeah, dude.
105. Okay, so like when we met him, he was what, a little bit stronger than us?
He was like super powerful, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then as time went on,
the
reverse came true.
Commoner for reference.
Yeah, that was
the baseline.
So that was for, because that's at the beginning. I think that was whenever River March was kind of going down. Like, I think that was actually like a murder hobo thing. Like, I think if you guys just like wanted to kill commoners, like I think this was just like a random.
If you guys wanted to kill commoners,
like this was literally like if you guys needed to kill somebody, like this is like a random NPC.
Yeah.
This was something I toyed around with but never did. Basically it was like kind of like this mind flayer that broke away from the group. And like I kind of toyed around with like that, but I didn't never commit to it and kind of steered away from that.
Where's the elder brain?
This is the first encounter.
Yeah, let's go.
Yep. One that nearly fucking killed me.
Yeah, the old black bear, dude.
Yeah, this is how early I knew that we were going to the swamp, by the way.
Funny.
Yeah. There's the
Yeah, there's the
dragon.
croc.
Yeah.
Croc in the
Right.
river.
It's
Yeah.
it's fun that the fucking Mind Flayer arc, as well as I don't know how much on either side of the Mind Flayer arc, is missing from the video logs. Missing from the VODs.
Mm-hmm. Because you lost how many episodes in that?
Hilarious. Ironic.
Yeah, right? I can't remember.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Hilarious,
Also-
ironic for sure.
Told you I had stat sheets for everybody, dog.
Hey,
I'm
he
Gartlinger,
made it-
dude.
Oh,
He
jeez.
made a call out at the end.
Yeah,
I
He was
made
there.
yeah,
he was there.
I made stat sheets for everyone. Professor Lanius. I did
Yeah,
not
when
have-
when Gengu reached the end, I didn't feel like an epilogue was
she-
even necessary.
Yeah.
I felt like it was only necessary to write a prologue for Gengu.
Yeah.
Because like the end is like lights out for Gengu.
Yeah.
And I had this
Mhm.
discussion with Ryan. I was like, I don't have any bullet points for like after the fact because I know how I want it to end. I don't know if you want me to be the chosen one or not, but I want to be. You gave me 3 steps on how to destroy my hammer. I would like those 3 steps to be how I destroyed myself. And then that's basically where it all spawned from because those 3 were all written down on the hammer itself.
And then we adapted it a little bit to make it somewhat.
A little bit. I mean, I
easier,
definitely
yeah.
stretched it, but well, I mean,
Symbolically,
the whole, like
we're
me
still hitting
losing
the
my
same
fire
points.
side of hammer and losing my ice side of hammer in
Right.
the cave.
Yeah, exactly.
Were all
yeah.
just me taking shortcuts so I didn't have to go to the river sticks and things like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And
Oh shit! So when I reignited it, that was actually counterintuitive to your
but
your end
it
game.
was temporary because I had it fade off at the end.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it was counterintuitive to the end game, but it was pretty badass as well.
This the groups in Port Branicore or not in River March, sorry.
W back on.
Yes.
Just episode.
So
I told Drew that I'm never going to be able to enjoy playing a Warlock ever again.
why?
There's no way I ever get my hands on the fucking Illusionist bracers that
Oh,
early
oh my
ever
God.
again.
Level 4
Dude.
or whatever.
Yeah.
you got
Let's
it
go
at.
into that. Let's go into that. So
Shimmer of the wrist.
so strengths of the DM, and I will gladly brag about my strengths because I know my shortcomings. Strengths of the DM, world building, storytelling, role playing. I love that shit. I'm all about it with D&D. When it comes to both rules and knowing how strong magic items can be when given a player that is thinking about meta shit, 2 things I am very weak to. And I didn't realize Cole was the way Cole was until after the fact with him, which is why he would message me constantly and be like, "Yo, can I get this item?" I'm like, "No."
It's literally a very rare item.
Yeah. It's not that crazy.
Min-max and
It's
ass.
pretty fucking crazy.
It is
Oh,
crazy in this
crazy.
incredibly niche scenario, which is a
Yeah.
Warlock that's pumping his Eldritch Blast.
A very
And
rare
what's
item.
crazy
I
is
knew what I was doing.
Giving it to him at such an early level.
Yeah, and so that was a mistake that I made. And yeah, that was
Well,
rough.
honestly, it didn't seem too bad at the time because it was like max 2 Eldritch Blasts. But as those levels increase, and then it's
And it-
4, then it's 6.
And it wasn't even about me because I got used to it with him. Like I could just increase like the levels of shit to make combat better. But there was a couple sessions in a row where I was like, dude, like he's killing everything. Like I'm like the other guys are not doing shit. Like he is.
And
literally just-
there was a period where we had a couple of fights where like me, Gengu, and Saoirse were all on death's door by the end of it. Because
he
you
was
had to
like-
ramp it up so much, and then Rango's just in the back line, just pew 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 pew.
Oh, sniper
Yeah.
ass. The true definition of a glass cannon, just like
I wasn't even a glass
in the
cannon,
archer position,
really,
just fucking.
because fucking I had Gingu train me on how to use a shield.
That's right.
So the idea for the mobs in River March was like my tutorial city a little bit in a way like it introduces the world and like kind of how factions work in my world and like there's multiple factions and it got the story started because I set up a little bit of entry with Kankins and like the cave and stuff like that, but then you guys are like, all right, let's keep going, and then you guys got the River March, and then that was like, all right, there's gonna be factions, and then secretly one of these factions is like really fucked up, and that was the Markovs. But we can thank the factions in the names of every NPC in here and the names of the factions to my two friends Jared and Kendrick Height.
Oh yeah.
They were playing what was it? Mafia at the time, I think.
Oh yeah.
Mafia 2. So like Barbaro was like a name of like one of those. Pesci was obviously just Joe Pesci. Kendrick, I think, was like,
Right.
you have Joe Pesci in there. Gattuso is a soccer player. And then Markov, I was like, what's more evil than a Russian family of gnomes? And so,
That a Russian family?
so and the way that I set up the gangs was instead of having names, there was gonna be 4 main people in each one. It was a boss, a right hand man, an enforcer, and a joker. So the joker was kind of be like the guy that you guys could go to, and that was like your easy way to manipulate and get into the group. The boss was like kind of like the smart one, head of everything, and then the enforcer, also the right hand man, was somebody you could kind of manipulate a little bit if you wanted to. The enforcer was just basically like, if you got in a fight with him, like that was going to be the guy that was going to do all the damage. But little peek, enforcer, Tony Balls,
the real
Yep.
Mambo Italiano
No
tiefling.
yeah.
Wait, what?
Dean Martin, the enforcer for the Pesci Wise guys.
Oh,
The real
my
Mambo
God.
Italiano tiefling. The fuck?
So I had Joe Pesci and I was coming up with names. Kendrick was like, yeah, you gotta have Pauly Dino and Dean Martino. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I was like, I need one more. He's like, I don't got anything. I was sitting there looking at it and I was like, Joe Pesci is the serious guy.
I need
I was
one
like,
more.
Mo Pesci, the opposite of serious.
One Mo Pesci.
And he's like the anti Joe Pesci.
Yeah, he had his joke book.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then so the Gattusos was, besides Ezio, that's literally just a rip from Assassin's Creed. But Gianfranco is the name of a soccer player. Gennaro Gattuso is literally the soccer player that I used.
They
So
like
yeah,
played
that-
on the Italian national team or something.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So those were those were a lot of fun to make, those families, and then kind of role play. But if you ended up siding with one of them, there was like a way for you guys to work with them. There was like corrupt guards, and it was either you work with the corrupt guards to like people that aren't corrupt in the guards to uncorrupt the city and then get rid of the gangs that way, or you can work with the gangs that more corrupt with that. But then also that was like side stuff. Always there was like, if you hit a certain point with the college and adventuring down there, you were always going to find out with the Markovs, and the rest of it didn't matter. So
Yeah, like,
sounded like Brandicore, you guys just skipped a lot of the extra stuff, which wasn't a big deal because we spent a lot of time there and like it was cool. But yeah, this was very much like my intro to city building and like the project before Port Brandicore.
Yeah.
And like making that and like just seeing how detailed I can get into it. And then also the intro to the world, like I said, with the factions and like, because like you think about it, like you came into River March and you worked with different factions to kind of get rid of other factions. And it's like a smaller scale version of what Brandicore was in a sense. And then there was like this evil kind of underneath of it, which just happened to be Tiamat and all that stuff. There's Pump Gartlinger, the mechanism. That was, I think Cole, had I already given you the bracers by this point?
I got the bracers in River March from like one of the trading company people.
Right. And I think that's when I realized they were too strong. And I was like, I need to give the other guys a way to get some magical items.
That sounds right. I think the mechanism came after the bracers.
yeah. I
And
think so.
that's where I came up with the idea for the mechanism with this crazy stuff. Where you guys can get random magical items, and it's super fun. And like,
Dude,
yeah.
what would have happened if like Ojita was just kind of like, yeah, I'll join up.
when he had the first
Oh, if
meeting
you
with
would've-
the
if you
vision
would've
with
just-
Tiamat.
Oh
He's
yeah,
just
yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, that
In
sounds
the
good."
college.
Then, if that would have happened, then that would
We've
have been
all become agents of Tiamat down the line.
either that or you guys just turn on overtime when you're rolling a new character.
Yeah, right. Oh shit.
But yeah,
If
dude,
I vividly remember that whole encounter of like had everyone else deafen and you were going through
Yeah.
just talking with me, and I was sitting there just going like I don't know if I even showed it on my face, but I was just screaming internally like, "What the fuck have I done?"
if possible, since Rango was such a like cards to his chest type guy, I would like to read some of the backstory that I created fucking 4 years ago.
oh, hold on,
What?
I got you.
What do you mean, hold
We can
on?
just read it- We can just read it straight from the fucking your character sheet.
Yeah, right.
Unless you already got it pulled up.
I do have it pulled up, but it's the same thing. The notes. Well, first of all, there's way too much of all this. There was a lot of extra bullshit. But the backstory.
I used a lot of this to fill out some of the towns with shops and stuff, so that was a big help.
Yeah. But yeah, the backstory there. Big thing is that when he was basically when he was younger, he was very close with this like trio of tabaxis, and he grew very close to them. And then as part of a deal, as part of business, they went out to like make this deal with some alchemist. Deal went awry over some disagreement, and the three Tabaxi brothers ended up dying. And so from that point, Rango was like distraught over this like traumatic experience, and was just like, I have to find some way to be powerful enough to like protect the people that I care about. And that led him to like nights, like endless nights, rummaging through the fucking books in the library available at the Golden Circle, not finding shit, until one night he was basically like visited out of nowhere by Mammon.
I would like to interject. This is outside the character of Cole designing this. So Cole did not realize how evil Mammon was. I think he just researched and was like, who's a god that deals with gold and like money?
I mean, I knew he was a fiend.
Yeah, but you didn't know like he did the soul coins and like all that shit. 'Cause you found that out in the middle of the Helintra campaign.
Right.
When
The soul coin thing, yes.
Yes, you found that out and you were like, wait, what? And I was like, yeah, Mammon's super evil, dude. And you were like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, yeah, alone in the library that night, Rango visited by what he only remembers as a devil who slithered about as half man, half snake. He had the most disgusting, greed-filled grin Rango had ever seen. The devil slowly raised a hefty bag of coins onto the table and spoke in breaths, "Pay for the power you desire." Rango had read through so much useless information, he was willing to try anything. What was a few coins to him? And in the time it took Rango to drop a handful of coins into the pouch, the devil had sunk his fangs into Rango, snatched the bag, and vanished. No blood spilled, and a rush of heat passed through Rango. Pay he did, power he got. All it cost was his coin until the end of time.
That's a good line.
Yeah, you had like a lot of
Oh, yeah.
stuff for me to work with from here.
That's way more than I had.
That's 100% more than I had in my notes section.
I was keeping track of the gift of the protectors and the far scribe, dude.
Y'all,
Let's see.
thank
You
you
outta
so
here?
much for. Nah, I'm not leaving yet, but thank you so much for having such an awesome campaign.
Dude,
Sticking
yeah.
with it. I think we can
Yes,
all
for
give
sure.
ourselves a pat on the back for
Yeah.
just like
Oh, yeah.
sticking with it.
That
And
was definitely the first campaign that I've completed. And honestly, we did the seemingly impossible going from 0 to or 1 to 20.
All except for fucking Lucas, dude. Fucking. When's the next opportunity you're gonna get to hit level 20, man? It could be another 4 years.
Be another 4 years.
like
Yeah.
never, dude. Like
Reuniting with his parents. is a milestone, you know?
Yeah, I guess
throw,
so.
throw
Yeah,
him one more level.
Yeah, but is it level 20?
I'm not a barbarian
I
anymore. I'm
mean-
not Warforged, so
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, like truly, I just started this character as a quite literally a blank slate, and Ryan picked up everything I put down, and vice versa.
Yeah.
I felt like it was natural the entire step of the way, and I mean, Sersh had a huge part in it, you know, being a hammer bro and whatnot. I just felt like it truly was great crafting a story with you guys. It was.
Yeah. Agreed,
And
man.
Sick.
yeah, crafting a
Thank you
story
for
is a
saying that, too.
good crafting a story is a good way for you to say that, because like I said, the whole thing with my game was like I'm trying to create a world and throw NPCs in it, and then whatever your all's choices do influence the way stuff happens and like changes my thought process about the campaign. Because there was so many times throughout the campaign when the most random choices have had the biggest impact. It's just chance,
Yeah.
like the wand, like the
Yeah,
beer
the
quest.
one.
You all literally just choosing to go south versus north, like literally rewrites the story like so many different times
Right.
over. Who you guys chose to talk to and not talk to. So yeah, like I said, I had fun just kind of building the world, but very much so you guys did a lot of the writing yourselves with the choices that you made, and so that made it a lot of fun.
Did you guys see the Orlo thing coming at all?
No, not that
No.
he would be your brother.
Yeah,
Absolutely
no.
not.
That when
Absolutely sledgehammered across the temple. Like, whoa.
you
Yeah.
wrote that to me like 3 months ago, 2 months ago. It was like
Oh, it was a
November
while
or
ago.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a while
and
ago.
I read through that and I was like, dude, the guys are it's gonna be crazy. I was like, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, it's so much detail. I was like, I don't know if they'll catch it. I was like, and then you went
Right.
back, reworked it, and that's when you added like
I originally only had like 8 documents, and I was like, this isn't enough. It doesn't get the point across, like, of the severity. And if you go back and read the documents again and you look at it, there are actually subliminal messages hidden behind letters that are in front of you on text behind things that are behind. So, like, for example, there's Kathy and her husband, and that letter where he's talking about the massacre, or like I'm not safe here, my family's not safe here. In
Yeah.
the back, you see a news article that says massacre, and behind that, you see a header that says valor.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it's if you put 2 and 2 together, it's like, oh, valor massacre, it right here. Like, and also my honest favorite part about it is you hear about the massacre, you hear about the killing of Kathy and her husband, and immediately after the next letter is Orlo getting funding from Valor for Project
Yeah.
Gengu.
Oh, yeah.
And that truly shows Valor's hands in everything.
Yep.
So, yeah, like I mentioned before, it didn't feel suiting to really give Gengu an epilogue per se. Until today, I didn't even think he was going to say anything, but I felt like it was just necessary to kind of fill the void.
Yeah.
But I only felt like it was right to fill some of the gaps going backwards. You know?
without him having Gengu have his moment in the crystal, would you all have destroyed his crystal?
So here's the deal. Here's the
Cersei's
deal.
Going to.
I-
I was gonna do that alone in the Temple of Moradin if it
Okay.
didn't happen. Yeah.
I also the second
wanted to railroad it a little bit.
before you interjected. Before you interjected and like kind of like made it like very much obvious that like you were still in there, I was like, whenever Sersh was like holding it and it thrummed with light, and I can't remember what was said, but if it was about like you seeking freedom or whatever, but like in my head I was instantly like, well, I know what Gengu did whenever he thought Harpy should be free. But it was like Rengo wasn't there at that point, and so I was like, I'm not gonna.
And I have been planning for this since I smashed Harpy's crystal.
Yeah.
Like since we met Tiamat in Starmount.
Also,
I've been thinking of freedom and like the act, and I've been planning on smashing it for like a year now. Like I'm not even joking.
Okay.
So long.
Hell yeah.
So you are glad that Sersh that Serge crushed
It
it?
was what I wanted. At
Okay.
the end of the day, I
I was gonna
wanted
say,
it to
I-
be the hardest moral dilemma, or like
Because like
the most
as we
dilemma
crushed
for-
it, the you said
Yeah.
the moments within the crystal before it getting crushed, that Gingu was kind of like, was this the right decision? Like the
Right,
material plane
yeah.
wasn't all
Yeah.
that bad. Like maybe I should still be out there.
I mean,
And-
that was just a moment of being in there and thinking that he's stuck because he can't hear
Right.
anything outside, and
Yeah.
not knowing that state of being and finally being in that state of being.
Yeah.
It was really just improv in the moment, but it was a tension that was needed in the moment as well, because if I was elated to be free but I'm still trapped, that doesn't really make sense.
Right.
Right, yeah.
So it needed to be there. There needed to be some sort of pushback.
I remember when you came to me with the idea of this and we're writing all that stuff. Because that was the other thing is I left open because I didn't think we'd get into it, so I didn't bother writing too much lore about it. But I left open like how Gengu and Harpy's crystals worked. And he came to me with that, and I was like, "This fits perfect." Like, and that's what he was saying. Like, there was literally a lot of times where like he would like pass notes, and I'd be like, "That fits so well for this." Like, straight from the beginning with this character all the way up until that point. But he showed me that to me, and I was like, "So like, you're wanting them to destroy your crystal?" And he's like, "Yeah," and I'm like,
You
What if
can't
they
be the
don't?
chosen one. Yeah.
"Well, that," and I was like, "What if
Yeah.
they don't?" And you're kind of like, I guess that's just. I was like, they're gonna. I was thinking, I was like, they're gonna need a nudge, dude. I was like,
Yeah.
I was like,
Well,
they're
then-
not gonna
I'll give it to him for sure.
Yeah.
I was gonna suggest it without the nudge. Without the nudge, Rango still would have
I
suggested it.
predicted it.
Yeah, agreed. Because I hadn't really presented it like talking like in game about it, but like the only reason, even with the like interjection of like the moral dilemma of like, oh, did I make the right decision or not? Like, just going off of Gengu's choice to break Harpy's
Right.
crystal.
Yeah.
That's like what
Mhm.
Serge had in his head, when the crystal was left with the file. It's like, oh well,
And yeah, when we were reading through the file, Rango was like, "Well, doesn't it have to be his blood? Like, I don't get it." And I was like, at some point, I just have to break that it's the blood of kin that binds.
Yeah. I know that was
yeah.
good.
And that was really the only sentence I had written down in my notes. And
So
I
wait,
knew
wait.
who is kin.
But so explain Harpy's crystal.
Timeline wise, so the notes were in Star Mount. Everything that you just read was in Star Mount the entire time. After
So-
Orla left.
But what's the
They-
what's the family tree exactly? So,
So okay,
Harpy
go back 100
is
years.
also-
Go back
Harpy's not
100 years.
related.
Harpy's not. Yeah.
Harpy's not related.
Harpy is Melios and
No,
Talia's
would have been
Timeline.
so
Timeline.
whose blood activated Harpy's crystal?
would have
That's
been
Less
to
Melios,
determine, right?
likely.
It probably was Melios, but it's like kind of left up in the air a little.
Yeah. So, go back 100 years. I'm sailing from my remote island west of
Yeah.
Port Brandicore trying to get there. Kraken kills me. Family gets to shore. Kathy, Ragnar.
Mm-hmm.
And Ragnar is abusive emotionally and physically. Blames her for everything that's going wrong and that she should have held on tighter and all these things. Leaves to go to the war in Northold. She goes to Rivermarch, opens up her shop. She meets Guy, goes to Starmount, moves in, marries him, has Orlo as a kid.
What that guy's name was?
Was she researching this
Darian.
stuff before
Darian.
her shop though?
The blood
As
crystal
soon
stuff.
as yes,
Yeah.
like she has a foundational
Like,
knowledge in artifacts.
Okay,
and
so like
all
her
things.
shop was like more of like a workshop that she had set up.
They,
that she, like,
there's a
sold
specific
items on?
letter. There's a
Okay.
specific letter in there that was like wonders and misfit.
Oh,
items
okay,
and
nice,
stuff
nice.
like that. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, cool.
But she had been doing research in it. She has Orlo as a kid with
Yeah.
Darian, which is a councilman of Starmount. He's like 2 years old. Valor Corps kills them both, right? Melios then takes Orlo under his arm because Melios is an elf and can live forever. So like
Mm.
that's how Melios is existing then. That's how Melios is existing now. Same Melios. He makes Harpy as an automaton at like 20 years old, 21 with the spring legs and everything.
That
But
was the
there's-
spring.
Per Kathy's notes,
Yeah.
like he used
before Kathy.
That has nothing to do with those.
That's not Harpy. That is an automaton. Harpy
Yeah,
goes
that's
in
just
that one. It's
the
a shell.
shell of an automaton that
Exactly.
had the springs that became Harpy. But right
Prototype
now, it
53A.
doesn't have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
53A, right? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
it
So-
doesn't have
so
the
at, like-
crystal that makes it Harpy.
Okay.
At like 20-something years old, he makes Harpy as a spring-legged, whatever. It has no consciousness whatsoever. Finds her notes at like 23, reads all those, starts going through making cuts on his body for the next 50-something years. And is like all about this business. When he's like 70-something years old, he's like, I can't take it anymore, nothing's worth it. And then starts making combat automatons, which are the same ones that we fought in the war.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Then the dimensional portal opens up, crystals react, he goes in. He's probably like 80-something years old at this point. And at that point, he goes in, finds Kalen, crystal gets in there, or like absorbs him. The explosion and everything kills Harpy, drags him out.
Okay.
He
Okay.
is like Harpy has nothing to do with the crystal
Yeah.
activating. He just happens
Yeah.
to be there, and he was around the mishap that happened, and he was a
Yeah.
freak accident.
Collateral damage to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
a complete
Okay.
freak accident, and that's why Orlo knows that it wasn't like a matter of sacrifice. It was a freak accident, and that's why he's like trying to get Melios to understand, but Melios doesn't. Melios blames him. He like sides with Valor.
So at that point, when Kalen gets absorbed into the crystal, and Harpy explodes,
Right.
is
Harpy's
he
soul-
also absorbed
No,
into
no,
a
no.
crystal?
No.
So
Right.
no,
Yeah,
Harpy's
thing with-
soul is in the Shadowfell at that point.
Okay.
Is the
the
way
thing
I
with
saw
the
it.
blood crystals is there's got
And
to
then
be like a
Keen
blood
went and
connection.
got it
Right.
later, right?
Who
And
did?
then like McKean,
Someone went and got it later.
Oh.
like
Is
the
who had
hound,
found
right?
Orlo's notes.
Is the way, yeah.
And then
okay.
Milios used Kathleen/Orlo's notes to then. Yeah. Okay.
Make it crystal,
exact
and
same
then they
thing.
went and got it.
Yeah.
And got Harpy.
And then
Because-
the only automaton that wasn't used for combat at that point was 53A, which was in the archive, so they put it in that, is how I imagine it.
Yeah.
And also to
sense.
go back kind of like to the beginning with like Kathy and like her husband and stuff like that and Starmount. So Starmount was always like originally, and this was kind of what you picked up on with the Golden Circle. Originally Starmount was like a genuine like scientific research, like trying to look for ways to improve stuff like that. But then always there's gonna be people that are like kind of like a little bit like able to be corrupt or like powerful. So there was like that council, and the council that was getting the like Valor was investing in stuff, but a lot of people were questioning what Valor was investing in, which was like Kathy and her husband with like the automatons and like the combat automatons and all that stuff. They're like, yo, this is like not cool, like what are we doing? So basically there was like a red wedding moment where the half of the council
yeah.
that was with, and like it's never said, but like there was like a massacre or murders, a string of murders. Basically that non-cooperative side of the council,
Right.
which happened to be Kathy and her husband and like a
Who
couple
were there
others.
like for the academic, like
Right.
for the
Yeah,
like,
in those
like
letters, it
noble
specifically-
advancement of society. Yeah.
In the letters, it specifically says like those who speak against Valor, like
Right.
usually don't live throughout the night or something like that.
So like
Um,
Ryan was Bane involved all the way back then though, like, or like was that
Oh,
more
I would
like a
imagine.
recent thing?
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah. Has Bane like really like been around with Valor that long? Or is that more of a recent thing?
Maybe.
Bane
Well,
is-
because Valor is led by like Semir and Lanson are elves, and and so their parents have to be elves, and they're the ones that run Valor, so
God, I keep
So-
they
forgetting
live
that
so
shit.
long. Like,
Yeah, uh-huh.
when I was going through, when I really started to expand, so Brandon Core was always going to be like a one-off thing, and then we had a long period where I can't remember what it was, but it was like one of our first times that we had like a month and a half, 2-month break, and we took a long break, and at that point, I think I might even still been in the news. And so I wasn't doing anything. I was like bored of my job. So I was literally like sitting there and I was like, dude, I have an itch to play D&D. Helendra had slowed down by that point. And I was like, I got to write some stuff. So that's when I came up with like Ivester and then expanding the universe. And after that, that's when Valor got a little bit more in depth with Bane and stuff like
Oh,
that.
okay. Okay.
So that's when I introduced Bane into Valor. Valor was always this corruptive kind of thing, but like I kind of gave them a why and a little bit of history of why.
Gotcha.
And as how that history, how far that
Right,
goes back.
right. It could be connected to that. Yeah. Gotcha.
So also in a roundabout way, Gangu's like 10 years older than Orlo is.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
wild.
Um,
That's really
yeah.
cool though.
And that reading that, because when he showed me that, I was like, oh, dude, this is crazy cool. I was like, that is really cool because once
Because
again,
I always like felt like Orlo was like a grandfather to Gengu, or like a father figure to Gengu.
and to
Like, I guess
Gangu he
Orlo.
was until Gangu realized what he was.
Right.
And I think the biggest thing for Gangu is he had all of his life's information in his chest, but couldn't read it or understand it, so he just never knew.
Yeah.
You know, and that was the biggest thing. Like, he's carrying all the answers.
Yeah. And once again,
I can't read.
Back
Gorman. I can't read.
Back to the like kind of the beginning, like with like how your all's characters influence stuff. Orlo was like that was like one of you're like literally Gangu's like he just woke up, he's an automaton, he doesn't know shit. He got scared and ran from a farmer and his name's Orlo. And I was like, alright, cool, we'll run with it. That was literally it. That was like all I got.
Yeah.
And so Gangu, and because that's where I came up with the idea of like the automatons wanting to be intelligent creatures because Valor would be interested in like this control, but Bane is still like a weird deity. So in my head, I was like, he wants control of not just non-intelligent things. He wants control of stuff that like knows he's in control. And so that's why it was like bringing back souls that they put in robots that is controlled by like that people. So that's why that was like such a big deal for them. But I kind of lost my train of thought. So then with Gangu, I was like, he can't know about his past. Like he obviously doesn't know, so I need a reason. And that's where I got the idea of like they did some sort of like memory stopper thing to him, and like added some way of stopping the memory within this like machine. And that was like a system, and that was a system that they were working on for. So basically, because he didn't leave right away, Gangu. Like it wasn't immediate. So basically they found out about this stuff and they were like, all right, like we're getting these souls, we need a way to control them. So that was like a way to control them. Like mindless slaves basically that have no memory of the past.
Yeah.
And then
kind of mold
Orlo,
them in the way that they saw fit.
Orlo was like, I'm bouncing. And then Melios is just fucked up, figured out he needs to put blood in there, brings his son in and was like, yeah, I'm just gonna slave my son in this robot body. And then I think I don't forgot how
Jeff Melios things.
Yeah. I forgot how he got. I think Orlo might have went back and broke him out. Somehow he gets out, and
Harpy?
I forgot.
Yeah.
And I forgot how Harpy gets out. I wrote it down.
It's in there somewhere. Yeah,
it's in there somewhere.
That psychopath
I think
freak
he
show
even had Orlo mention that he had been spending some time back in Starmount when we reconnected with him after that.
Yes, because
and like we didn't really get I think in game we didn't get much detail of like why he returned to Starmount.
So his mindset with that was, so he found out about all the evil shit that went down with Starmount, but he also saw literally Tiamat was here, the destruction of the earth was upon him, and they're like, the only thing that he knows that he can do that help is to go there and try to like help them do something to stop that.
That's awesome.
Right.
And so it was like kind of like turning to the in his eyes the lesser of the two evils. Even though both of them were insanely fucked up.
I
that was just
was also fully expecting you to burn Kathy's journal.
Because it's got the
the information on how to start it all over again.
So like if that gets out to like Valor, like they could do their.
We've still got it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we've got it. We've got it.
Yeah. But yeah, that was just a simplistic way to wrap up Gangu. I mean, I went back and watched session 1, and he is just a self-loathing freak. And I mean, it really stands the test of time going through.
He is just a self-loathing freak, dude.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know why he's here, and he's just like, what is existence? Existence is pain, sort of thing.
Another big thing I tried to, and I wouldn't even say it was equal. I tried to make it as equal. I tried to give everybody their own little arcs and character development.
Oh, for sure.
I tried my best.
Mhm.
And it
I-
a little bit comes down to with like honestly, like some people were more into like getting more detail out of their character. Like Lucas,
I lean heavy.
Me
Yeah.
and Luke are very similar in like story comes before everything, and like so like
Mhm.
this is our mindset. But everybody else I tried where I always told Cole when I talked about it, I was like, Cole is like at one end where it's like the game is the game, and then Lucas is like, no, we're writing a book. And I was like, and
Right.
like you two are like somewhere in the middle of that. And but I always tried to make it to where everybody had some arc. So like, and I think we did that quite a bit. So,
So
like,
can I get those
obviously,
bracers or not?
right, yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
like,
I definitely felt like everyone had their time of like this is
Your moment.
Serge's time.
yeah,
This is Ojatai's time.
Also,
But
kind of.
it definitely felt like everybody got their limelight.
I
right,
also
Yeah.
kind of, against his will, pulled Sersh into my time as well,
yeah,
and like made his story to be caring about me a little bit.
yeah.
Well, but you all had already set up a lot in the story of like
The
you two
relationship.
specifically, had a relationship.
I
So
mean, I was
that made
lost with
sense.
Faith at the beginning, and he was trying to
Yeah.
point me in the direction, and
Right.
it wasn't working. You know.
Because
Uh,
Saoirse's whole thing in the beginning was like he was like a jaded follower. Like he
Yeah.
was very
Yeah.
much like doubtful of everything. So then he's like looking for a purpose. Boom, he meets this thing, and he's like, "Sure, my new project." And like,
Right.
so he befriends him, and then through that and like the
Blind
journey,
Side, Sandra Bullock.
Oh
Yeah.
no! I'm canceled. Search is canceled.
wow. So wow, that's crazy. It's fucked up.
Come on now.
So but yeah, so like Saoirse's whole thing and like was kind of rediscovering his faith in a way to use that. And
Yeah, I think
through
it worked really well. Like,
yeah,
because it felt really organic too. Because I remember like writing that. I remember talking with Cole about it in the office very specifically. Of like, I would love the idea of like role playing a cleric who is getting these divine abilities from like a deity that they just like are completely like have lost their
faith
personal
in.
like faith
Yeah.
in. Yeah, and I was like, what does that dynamic look like? But then like it just it worked so naturally and so like organically like
It was the
because I
God that kept on giving, whether you wanted it or not.
yeah. And
Because
then to walk alongside like Gengu and kind of like like re-find his own faith as Gengu found like the excitement and like the joy of like of doing that. I was like, oh wow, this is
yeah,
working out really
and
well.
like the more I think about it, like at the beginning, it was like you were like, all right, I'm gonna cast this spell, I'm gonna cast this spell, and then as the campaign went on, like by the end of it, you were like, by Morden's hammer, like I'm casting like this. Like you were like so like into it. I was like,
Well,
hell yeah,
that's like honestly like my inspiration in that little bit that I had near the end of what I sent you, Ryan, at the end, where like what his relationship with Morden like became, like that he's
oh
not
yeah,
like some like god on high, but like he like Stursh learned through rediscovering his faith with Gingu, it was like a kinship. It was like
yeah,
like a friend, like your peers with each other, and like you just you know gonna
yeah,
have great times and tough times and learn through those, and I thought
yeah.
that was a good like middle ground for the jaded cleric at the beginning. Refinding it, I thought it worked pretty well for
And
him.
then Ojutai, and then Ojutai, my whole thought process of Ojutai was a dragonborn monk that the elders like obviously had like a lot of kind of like I don't know if faith's the right word, but like they saw like a lot of potential with him.
Mm-hmm.
And so they kind of sent him out on his own journey to kind of figure stuff out. And like he was obviously a very skilled cartographer. And I think Ojutai, and I could be wrong in thinking this, but like for me, Ojutai was always kind of going out to kind of figure out his role and like kind of come into his own. And I feel like by the end of it, he definitely did. I think the Orkandi arc was like the big one where you were like, your immediate temple was basically under threat, and like these people you knew were under threat. The whole island was under threat, and like you led your group in there fixed it, brought people back, managed to get people out. And then I feel like there was a very big change for Ojitai from that point on with the way that he kind of acted a little bit. I feel like Ojitai was a very much like
like finding his wings.
Yes.
Figuring things out.
Like you're in your RP too, like it was like very subtle, but you were carrying yourself differently too. Like I think after the Orkandi arc.
Yeah, I feel like
it was like
before that you were much more like kind of like, all right, what's everybody else doing? Like I'll act off like what, and then like you made a lot more afterwards. It was a lot more like we're gonna do this and like
walking your own path.
And like to the point where you were like going into Orkandi, you were like so like respectful of the Dragon Masters, and like not saying that like you lost that respect, but like you were just like so by the book, like these are like the superheroes, the superstars. By the end of it, you were just kind of like, dude, like I really don't care. Like my kind of friend.
There was a point where they became more of like they aren't the top end of everything. They are just like they're peers. And I will be respectful to them, but also like they have acknowledged that I am doing major things here. And
and you kind of also realize like they're not all the way correct and everything.
Right.
They're not infallible. They make just as many mistakes. Just they've had 1,000 years of doing it.
That history written by the victors angle was really cool.
And
the Bahamut discussion.
And you and Saoirse, like now that I think about it, were very much like opposite arcs, where you had like one like dedicated individual and like one that was like jaded.
Yeah.
And then like you kind of like
could have met in the middle.
Yeah, very much so. And so that was like really cool to see. And then Ringo, like I said, I got all the roleplay out of Cole that I think I could. I think I juiced you dry, dude.
I think we rubbed off on him a little bit.
Yeah. Because I read like notes. You saw his notes, right? I'm like, dude, he actually like because it like before like me and Cole.
I just made a character that like he's got it. He doesn't share the important bits.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing. Me and Cole met through mutuals, and really early on, like we had like talked a few times. Really early on, he was like, "Oh, you like D&D?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got to do a campaign so long, but I love D&D." And he's like, "Shit, like, we should try to do something with that." And then we tried Helentra with that group of people. Did not work.
Yeah,
they were not into it. And then I was like, damn, that kind of sucks. And a couple weeks went by, and he goes, "Hey, I think like I could get like a really strong group together that like we might actually stick with it."
I remember
the idea of D&D Elite.
D&D Elite. I made it. The fucking initial text was like,
he's like, we've got 4
paragraphs
that we know for sure are all in this neck deep.
Yeah.
He was like, you don't know any of them, but you would love it. And I was like, I'm in. You don't even have to say any more.
And so, so he texted me that, and then he makes the character, and I read the backstory. I'm like, because at this point I played a couple sessions with him. I'm like, dude, he's like really into like he's like just like me. He loves the shit. Like he loves the story and all that stuff. And then we started playing, and I was like, damn, he's like mysterious, but I don't know shit about him for real, or nobody does. And so,
you know everything about him, dude. You know everything about him.
I do, but nobody else in the game do. And like I could see like the other characters are like, oh, Ringo's doing his like lone wolf shit again and like all this stuff. and then by the end, but we get through it was probably the first Manticore arc. That's when I feel like Ringo started exposing himself a little more.
Yeah,
and then
definitely.
up in Orkandi, there was a moment where that's where Gengu found out about Mammon and like that got exposed. And so that's when Rango started coming out more as a character to the people. Because at one point you like totally wanted to change how Rango was like written. You told me at one point you were like, yeah, forget about the Tabaxi thing, all that like desire for power. Do you remember that?
Yes, I can't remember the reason.
Right. And
I was trying to make sense of his motives.
Right, exactly. And I think I was like, I think I literally said like, "No, I'm gonna run with this." And you were
Okay.
like, okay. Yeah. And you were like, "Yeah, sure."
Yeah.
I kind of told you like, don't change it. Like, it's gonna be
I
good.
mean, it felt to me like a great like I don't know, not coming of age tale. I think like waters it down a little too much, but like
But he
where
kind of was a little
yeah,
bit.
like it was a very like you came in kind of like Serge like very like jaded about something, like motivating you to like like tunnel on one like concept or idea, which is gain power, so that doesn't happen anymore. And then like as it went on, like life's very gray, man, you
Nah,
know,
I
and
feel
like
like if I had
other
I
priorities
mean,
get in
if
the
I
get
had
in
to
the weeds
sum
with
up
you.
Rango, it is I started off fighting demons, now I'm fighting larger demons at the end. That's Rango.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
No. So
there was a big shift. Like the big shift that I remember was when you had to sign your ledger.
yeah.
That was the first time that Rango, because you're right. Like Ryan's right. Like early on in the campaign, like it did feel like Rango was always gonna be there with us, but it always felt like the business aspect of like getting to places, checking in, was still like the priority. And then
Because
like after Boggs, like after the swamp and going into Port Blanca, like there was a bit of a shift of like, oh, like I kind of like these guys, and like,
Well, that's the thing is that like motive wise, is it like
Gangu
do I
never loved
like
Rango? I'm gonna put it out
Right.
there.
motive wise?
No, the Gangu Rango frenemy art like
Yep.
theme throughout was
yeah.
amazing.
After the death of Baumgartlinger,
It
like
really
Amy
was,
just never
dude.
trusted him.
Never, yeah.
I had front row seats to that fucking beheading.
But it was like that was that's what's so cool about this, because like
Is
like,
that
Serge-
molded like
yeah, like
everything
Serge,
going
was
forward?
having, like those similar doubts about Rango, like trusting Rango entirely in just like a slightly different way. Like Gengu was just very like more like no, I don't trust him, and
Yeah.
you know, and Serge, like whether or not he had the courage to say it out loud, he was having those same thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah, there was definitely like the point where we all signed that ledger. I remember like he was having everyone do it, and I was just sitting there like, this is so out of character for Rango to
Yeah,
actually care about other people's well-being.
Well, I
Like, I don't
mean,
know if I fully trusted writing my name in there at first.
well, the
But
thing
after,
is,
like seeing the effect of it once, it was like, okay, he's actually doing this just to help keep us alive.
yeah.
Torment was great in that first round too.
Yeah.
Of just being like, nah, I ain't fucking doing shit. What are you
Yeah.
trying to do, Rango?
Yeah.
As far as Ringo's motives go, you know, he's had to battle with, because his whole like upbringing was just like business, business, like protect your investments, that kind of thing.
yeah.
And so when it came to, you know, he had his friends when he was, you know, in the Tabaxi trio, and I feel like, you know, those were business partners, but I think he did actually view them as friends. And after they were lost, it was like, okay, how do I go about that doesn't need to happen in the future.
Feel that again. Yeah.
And the path that he found to that power was less so in the light of like healing, and more so in the right of like, I'm gonna protect people through offense.
Yeah.
And that gift of the protectors was like an example of leaning a bit more in that direction. Whether or not it was, as Drew just put it, you know, like, oh, Rango put our names in this book because he cares about us. I mean, I think that's still kind of up in the air for Rango.
Really?
So, and
It might still just be protecting his investments.
I never liked that bitch.
But that's you know, I said that earlier.
So that's
Yeah.
the thing. So I get what Cole's saying. So I caught on early. Cole's like, if we think about like, if we were in the beginning of the campaign, the only reason you guys went to River March is because you guys met up in the tunnel. You and Gangu became friends. I think Drew, we said Ojutai was coming back from like doing maps.
No, he was going in to do maps.
Yeah,
were
I
you
had
leaving?
not gotten into Brannicor, so
That's
I
what it
was
was, yeah.
like going in there
Yeah.
to do the map of
Right.
it.
Yeah.
So like you had come out from outside to go into Brandicourt, right? And then Rango is there. So the only reason you guys were like sticking together to River March was because like you guys were like
Yeah.
it was coincidental a little bit. And you guys had kind of made friends, and so you're like, yeah, we'll travel together. Then you get into River March, some shady shit's going down, and you guys are like, well, Rango was like, yo, I got business things here, and one of my guys was dead back there. I got to figure some shit out.
Right.
So I'm gonna stay and figure some shit out and work on business and see what I can do. You and Gangu were kind of more just for the ride a little bit on that
I
one.
saw a crocodile.
And then
Yeah.
Ojitai had the thing with the college because there was the random stuff with like the Dragonborn and all that stuff there.
Yeah.
And so he was kind of inquiring, like figure that shit out and like the stuff with the college. By the end of it, you know, you guys had all figured out, oh, Tiamat's back, shit's crazy, and you guys were like at the point like we got to flee with everybody. Everybody was just running away. So you guys were just kind of in that crowd. From that, you guys started coming to your own and like more powerful and all that stuff, and like kind of working together as a team. But anyways, what I was gonna say was at the beginning, Rango was always about business, and he kind of kept that through his whole thing with that. And so, with his like when we went back to his home, he had his parents written down like on paper, like names, but I never really given any thought. And I was like, Rango's, I wouldn't say he's like cold. It's almost like out of being naive of like warm
exactly.
of a warm feeling.
Yes.
It's not like a coldness to him. He's not
That's the
evil. It's like
impression I got.
very naive. And I think, and so to me, the mother was like the submissive woman that was like very coddling to him, but the dad was like very much like business.
He
Like,
like gave him a handshake
Like
on the
Serge like gained so much sympathy for Rango
right
after the first visit with
and
the parents. Like like when Serge saw the interactions he had with his father, it was like, dude, I just want to give this dude a hug, bro. Like need someone to like, I don't know, show pride without like a spreadsheet.
right.
Like,
And so
holy crap.
with like Rango was like we were talking about Rango, like that book was just a weird moment. Like up until that point, we hadn't been back to his house.
Right.
And so like all that time it was like business. But then he has that moment where he's like getting to know you guys. He had his stuff where he lost his friends. You know, besides like his mom, like those are the only people that like kind of showed unconditional like investment in his life, as Ringo would put it. And I think he was confused by that because everything else was very transactional in his life. And so he gets to that point where you guys at that point were like, I think Rango was more of like was trying to find a way to make stuff like, oh, it's still transactional.
Once we reached the point that it was uncovered that there was a like world threatening thing with like Tiamat going on, that's when Rango was locked into like, we're a party. That's when like it went from like me as a player being like, okay, like we need to find a way to like keep the party together, to like, okay, now my character's invested in sticking with this group. Because in Rango's mind, it was like, Tiamat's a world-ending threat. That means it's threatening my family back home. It's also threatening these people that like I've been traveling with. But
so you're now going to invest in this
because there's a payoff. The payoff is that you guys can help save the Golden Circle, all my loved ones back home.
Their business stuff here, yeah. But what I was saying was, I think Ringo as a character is still kind of battling with the fact of like, where a lot of people would look for like, what's a reason what's a reason like for somebody to not like me? Ringo is like looking for the opposite of that. Like he is like, look, what's a reason? Why would they be my friends? Like he is like, right now it's still like, you know, he's like, why is this not a thing where we're both like looking at it as a transactional thing? Is there like just unconditional care? And I don't think he got that full experience with his friends in the beginning. Like I said, mom was the only one that coddled him. Dad, everybody else in his life was very business. Yeah. So Rango was very business, and then introducing the family to you guys, I think you guys kind of got it like, oh, he's not just cold. He just doesn't know anything else in his life other than this. And like I was saying, by the end, I think, and sort of like Gangu, I think Cole was right, and I could be wrong. I feel like you were kind of developing Ringo his back, like kind of as a character as we went along. I mean, that is kind of what a story is, but like, do you get what I mean? Like motivations and stuff. Like
Yeah.
Rango was there for business. That was like your original motivation. And I think as we went along, you kind of learned more about Ringo, kind of his backstory, the introduction of your family. I think kind of clued everybody in. So
yeah, and I mean, but that whole question that I posed of like of he spent so long chasing power to protect his investments, his loved ones. Which is it? What's the distinction? I mean, I still think that Rango doesn't have an answer to that. And it seems like he's been presented with the angle of, you know, follow what his dad's set up for him to like go and work internally with Valor. And he's also been given the angle of what Mammon presented. And I don't think that he's entirely opposed to what Mammon has presented.
Whoa.
Rango doesn't just have carry on. He's got a lot of baggage with him, dude.
Yeah.
Bro's got a lot
Right,
of baggage.
I'm getting aggressively bumped
Yeah.
by this dog who wants to go to bed. So
Yeah.
We did go way over our time for sure.
Yeah,
I'm chilling.
Are we getting off the air?
I mean, I am too.
I took a nap. Dude, Drew, it was a pleasure.
Yes.
Thanks for sticking around, and until next time.
And
We'll have to see what next time looks like.
Next one.
Yeah. That's
All
actually
right.
what I was gonna see ya.
Bye, night, Drew.
Yep, see y'all later.
Good night,
Peace,
man.
bub. Rest easy.
That's what I was gonna say. So after April 3rd is my CFI become an instructor full time. I'll take that test and I'll be an instructor. I can quit this night job that I have over here and be done with that. Good thing about that is, and I keep telling all my friends this too, that should open up my life way more because it'll be pretty much as close to a 9 to 5 as you can get with some extenuating like there'll be nights where I have to like help a student build night hours and do a night flight or like we'll have to do like a 300-mile cross country at some point and like other stuff like that where I'll just be gone for like a weekend or like have nights. But for the most part, I'm working with people that work jobs or like go to school, and so it's going to be like a 9 to 5. Like basically, people will come early in the morning if they work nights, and after school they'll come until like dinner time, and then after that I'll be going home. So I'll pretty much have every night, unless like I said, there's something going on from like Monday through Friday, like 7 p.m. till like probably like 1 or 2. I could be doing stuff. So D&D and other stuff will definitely be more on the menu for me. This has been a really like, I guess, challenging time as far as like where to put my time into stuff.
Oh,
I
sure.
was not ready to fully sacrifice this. I wanted to see it out, but it's definitely been like, that's why like I've been canceling a lot, like slowing stuff down, because there's been a lot of times where like, yeah, we'll do D&D next weekend, and then it's like Friday and the session's tomorrow. And I'm like, dude, I haven't looked at anything D&D all week. Like I've just been doing other stuff. I was like, I gotta cancel. Like I'm not ready. I'm not in there. So I'm hoping that after that I'm gonna be super involved, because I know Lucas, you said you were wanting to do your idea for D&D with like kind of that more like
the chaos one.
Yeah. I'm here for it.
I would love to. Yeah. I started DMing a session or a campaign as well. So I'm neck deep into that. But I definitely still want to be a player on something.
Yeah.
And if y'all are feeling froggy, not making you feel like I'm cheating on you or anything, session 1 was probably one of the most banger session 1s I've ever been in.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't know.
That's exciting.
The backstories hit. I don't know about you, Cole, but the backstories, I rewatched them all, and
it was
I almost cried.
It was an interesting.
Oh, are you in it too, Cole?
Yes. Okay. It is an interesting.
It's
start.
Me, Cole. Josh is a friend of a friend who I met in book club.
Okay.
My buddy Matthew, who you know as twerking in Cole's kitchen at the gaming tournament.
Oh my god.
The magician.
And then
the magic cards.
Alex was also one of the ones in the kitchen. So both of them, yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
But it's on Cole's YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
It's unlisted. It's unlisted.
Okay.
But if
I do have
if
the
everyone's
link.
cool sharing the link, then yeah.
I'm cool sharing the link. It's fine. But we did about 45-minute backstories of narrations for every character.
Oh shit!
I had written like
player to player?
minimum. I had written minimum 2,000 words for every character.
Each of the players kind of like co-wrote with Lucas, and then Lucas presented each of them, and then and that was probably what 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And then there was like an hour and a half of us actually like having the gameplay of the first session.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, listen. I'm gonna be a greedy bastard because listen, if you ever need a guest player for like a little
I am all for it. Honestly,
I'll put my name in that hat.
it's on Tuesdays or Thursdays, alternating every 2 weeks. So it's I don't remember what, but I am all for having an NPC come in and play.
Yeah.
I'm also all for bringing up the player count for like a certain number of weeks.
Yeah.
Like, I also don't even know if all the people playing right now are going to be permanent installments, you know?
Yeah.
Let me live out my Critical Role guest fantasy.
Because here's the thing is like, I don't want to invite myself, but at the same time.
That was my next sentence. That was my next sentence is...
All right.
Put me in, coach.
I'm
ready to be a player.
Real quick, fellas. We're straying too far off Terranthrial, so kiss the stream goodbye for the last time.
Goodbye, stream.